Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the 18th Asia Legal Information Network's International Conference. My name is Hyo-young Kong at Korea Legislation Research Institute, which serves as the ELIN Secretariat. I'll be the emceeing today. I would like to thank all our distinguished guests to take time to attend this meeting, and then also special thanks to speakers, moderator, and audience for joining us today. ELIN is the unique network with legal scholars and experts from 36 member institutions in 20 countries in the Asia-Pacific region. Its annual conference provides a forum for these scholars and experts to discuss on legislative issues and challenges around the world. Today, this conference, we have speakers from 13 Asian countries who present on legal and policy framework on green energy with a focus on hydrogen and electric vehicles of these countries. So it will provide a great opportunity for us to learn about legislative framework on these clean vehicles of these countries. Before we go to the conference started, I would like to make a few housekeeping items. First, this conference is being broadcast live at alinevent.com and the KLR's YouTube channel. Please leave your comments or questions in the live chat so that we can get them answered by the speakers at the later of the day at the discussion session. And then you can also request the certificate of attendance. You can see the QR code up on the screen right now. You can scan it for more information or visit the alinevent.com for more information. Now, without much further ado, I would like to start the 18th Asia Legal Information Network International Conference. First of all, let me invite Mr. Kae-hong Kim, the KLRI President, to open this conference. He's joining online as he needs to attend some urgent matters. Please welcome President Kae-hong Kim.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Kim Gae-hong, President of the Korea Legislation Research Institute. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 18th ALIN International Conference. I would like to start by expressing my appreciation to the presenters and the moderator for participating and contributing to the conference. And since this is an online meeting, probably you had to spend more time preparing for your presentations. And once again, thank you very much for your kind contribution. And there is also ELIN member organizations, and also there are also other participants joining us online, and I'd like to thank all of you for your kind participation. I am currently at the National Assembly for Korea for the state audit, and I would like to ask for your kind understanding that I'm not joining you in person. Today, 14 speakers from 14 Asian countries will make presentations here at the 18th ALIN International Conference to present their country's legal and policy framework on green energy with a focus on hydrogen and electric vehicles. We have been witnessing the impact of climate change. Unprecedented floods caused by torrential rains in Pakistan caused many people displaced, and there were also many people who died. And we also have the melting icebergs and glaciers in the Arctic. And there are wildfires sweeping through the west coastal states of the US and the outback of Australia, and all of these are known to be the consequences of climate change. The world has taken a big step in the fight against climate change by agreeing to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. And the long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategy was formulated subsequently, and transport is one of the key sectors for low carbon efforts. And the development and use of sustainable clean energy is one of the efforts that the world need to make to save and protect the earth for the future generations. And as part of our collective effort, it is important for us to develop and improve the usage of clean energy sources. As transport is one of the main sources of carbon emission, the Korean government has encouraged the use of electric and hydrogen vehicles by providing subsidies, and also installation of charging stations have been included in urban planning as well. The 18th ALIN International Conference provides us with a valuable opportunity to learn about attempts made by other Asian countries, as well as their legal and policy framework about clean energy and clean vehicles. I hope today's conference will make contributions to the development and enhancement of law and policy making on hydrogen and electric vehicles by sharing our experiences and learning. I look forward to your active discussions, and once again, it is unfortunate that I was not able to join you in person. I hope that there will be fruitful discussions among members. Thank you.
President Kim for taking time to speak to us. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce you these three special guests who are joining us online to offer their congratulations. Now, I'm pleased to invite Professor Rahmat Ullah at the University of Dhaka, Faculty of Law in Bangladesh. Please join me in welcoming Professor Rahmat Ullah.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, President Ki Hong Kim, KLRI, respected organizers from ALIN, esteemed colleagues from different universities, and dignitaries from different countries. I welcome you all to this 18th ALIN General Meeting and International Conference. And a very good morning from Dhaka, Bangladesh. It's my honor and privilege to speak before you on this very august conference. Yes, ALIN is a very fantastic platform where the representatives from different legal systems we gather together, we share our views, we present the development of our legal systems around the Asia and Pacific. Through these years, ALIN has been developing quite excellent under the auspices of KLRI. As we know that we are from different legal systems, means common law system, civil law system, socialist legal system, and now the world is living in a globalized process where hybrid legal system must be developed. Means the best practices in whatever this respect should be obtained by others as well. ALIN is such a platform where we can share our best practices, and we can gather good practices from other countries. Definitely, we are on a virtual platform. Previous years, before the pandemic, Corona, we met in different countries. We had the opportunity to see each other, hug each other, and share views. But unfortunately, due to this pandemic, we are far. But nonetheless, we are on virtual platform and can see at least each other and share our views. Giving this opportunity, I'm really grateful to the ELIN, the organizers of the program, as well as KLRI. Definitely, the KLRI, as the think tank of Korean government, they are doing excellent work, bringing all the experts, intellectuals from different countries under a shadow, and the research work done and published in a KLRI Journal of Law and Legislation. Definitely very much helpful for the academics, for the policymakers as well. Today, in this conference, 13 papers will be presented by different experts from different countries. And I'm sure through the day, these papers will give us huge light of knowledge, and we can enrich ourselves through the conference. I definitely, from my part, congratulate the presenters who are going to shadow the light of knowledge on us, and I wish all the best and success to the 18th ALIN General Meeting and International Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ula, for your congratulatory remarks. Now, let me invite Professor Sigit Rianto at the University of Gadjah Mada Faculty of Law in Indonesia for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome Professor Rianto.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my colleagues around Asia, it is a great honor, and I'm delighted to be invited in the 18th conference of ALIN and meeting today. With regard to the KLRI and ALIN meeting and conference, it is very important for me to highlight the existence and the relevance of ALIN and KLRI. First of all, ALIN and KLRI provide a network for academia and legal institutions around Asia. And it is a great opportunity for the academic circle and legal institution around Asia to exchange knowledge, experience, and concern concerning the legal development. The second point is that the ALIN is a very great forum for academia to have academic discourse among legal scholars, and the outcome is very relevant to the legal development domestically and internationally, especially for the ASEAN countries. And the third point is that our conference and our meeting reflecting a soft diplomacy from our country, as all of us representing our institution, representing our country, and it is a great opportunity to exchange concern, to share our vision, and to develop a planning which is relevant for our institution, for our country, as well as for ASEAN in general. So in this great opportunity, I would like to appreciate KLRI for organizing this conference, and also appreciate all of the participants to have and enjoy a very important and productive seminar today. So long life ALIN and KLRI, and thank you very much. and greet nicely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Rianto. Last but not least, please welcome Professor Alizadun Ditukalan. He is currently University Chancellor of Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology in the Philippines. Please welcome Professor Alizadun Ditukalan.
Good morning from Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology. I'm so glad to see former colleagues in ALIN. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the member institution of Asia Legal Information Network and our distinguished speakers for the 18th ALIN International Conference. And of course, to the Korea Legislation Research Institute for continuously supporting this noble endeavor. ALIN is already in its 18th year of international conference and has largely contributed in the development and in the conversations of law and policy that are relevant to Asia and the world. Having said that, I'm wishing everyone a very fruitful and successful conference today. I look forward to seeing you all in person in the next ALIN events.
Thank you very much, Professor Ditukalan. Thank you all three speakers for your warm remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to presentation sessions under the theme of legal and policy framework on green energy with a focus on hydrogen and electric vehicles. Now we have all speakers from 13 countries are joining us online. Today we have 4 presentation sessions by each part of Asia Pacific and 15 minutes break after every 2 sessions. And then we'll wrap up today with a discussion session where all speakers are joining live for discussion and question and answers. And I'm pleased to note that most presentations are pre-recorded for the sake of online stability. Now, we'll start session 1, South Asia's case for legal and policy framework on hydrogen and electric vehicles. The first speaker of session 1 is Professor Muhammad Arshadul Karim at the University of Malaya Faculty of Law. He's going to present on green energy and the prospects of energy-efficient vehicles in Bangladesh, legal and policy framework. Please welcome Professor Karim.
Hello, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Mohammad Irshadul Karim, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Law, University of Malaya, Malaysia. I am the Director of Center for Law and Ethics in Science and Technology and also a Research Fellow at University Malaya, Malaysian Center of Regulatory Studies. Today, I am going to present the findings of my research on green energy and the prospects of energy-efficient vehicles in Bangladesh. I'm going to highlight the legal, regulatory, and the policy framework. Before I start my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of 18th Asia Legal Information Network General Meeting and International Conference organized by Korea Legislation Research Institute. I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to contribute in this research. So let's begin. Let me share with you some of the images of my beautiful country, Bangladesh, which is a tiny coastal state of South Asia. Bangladesh is one of the most densely populated countries in the world and 8th most populous country. It is one of the worst victims of climate change, and therefore all these natural disasters are very common in the country, and the country is always in the news for all these natural disasters. The original agro-based economy of Bangladesh has started to shift, and the policymakers started to diversify the economy, and therefore a lot of development activities started to go. So just after the 5 decades of the independence of the country, it is now one of the fastest growing economies of the world, and the country is growing at the rate of 7.3% GDP as per the recent statistics of the World Bank. As the country is moving, a lot of development activities are going on. And to run all these development activities, the country needs a lot of energy, and the country manages all this energy from the fossil fuel sources. The fossil fuel sources, though produced energy, though these are cheaper, but these are responsible for carbon dioxide emission and ultimately global warming and climate change. Therefore, the global community has started the move to move from these fossil fuel sources to the renewable energy sources. And these renewable energy sources, since they promise to provide energy with near zero discharge of greenhouse gases, these are known as green energy. And therefore, some of the terms like green energy, sustainable energy, alternative energy, clean energy, all these terms are used as synonyms. All over the world, we do not have any globally recognized definition of green energy. However, in the context of United Kingdom, the Green Energy Definition and Promotion Act 2009 has incorporated a definition which defines green energy as the generation of electricity up to 5 megawatt or heat up to 5 megawatts thermal from renewable or low carbon sources by the use of any equipment and the energy efficiency measures. In the context of Bangladesh, we do not have any definition of green energy. However, under the Sustainable and Renewable Energy Development Authority Act 2012, we can find two definitions of renewable energy and sustainable energy. And if we compare this, if we consider these two definitions, we'll see that these two definitions basically incorporated all the elements of the green definition of green energy as can be seen in the context of UK. With the economic success of the country, the purchasing power of the people increased in manifold, and therefore more and more people started to buy cars. But the roads are narrow, and because of this huge population and in the absence of a developed public transport system, you can see traffic or traffic jam is a regular event in the busy city of Dhaka, the capital, and other divisional and district cities. So historically, the first car was introduced in this part of the world back in 1904. In the year 1947, the number of cars were only 4,380. When the Road Transport Authority, the regulator, was established in 1987, the number of cars were 175,000. However, as of July 2022, the number increased at least 31 times. Now you can find 5.3 million cars in the busy roads of Dhaka. Yet with this huge increase, the passenger car penetration is still very low. In Bangladesh, out of 1,000 people, only 2.1 persons own a car, and the number is 11 for India, 16 for Pakistan, and Sri Lanka is almost 20. Mostly Bangladeshi people drive internal combustion engine vehicles, and the number is almost 82%. And these cars are responsible for air pollution. However, things started to change in 2017 when, after Bangladesh ratified the historic Paris Convention, where Bangladesh committed to reduce the carbon emission by 15%, 5% conditional and 10% with the support of the international community. After the signing of the agreement, the government introduced a number of incentives, and with other additional things such as the availability of authorized dealers, spare parts, and expert technicians, the number of hybrid cars started to grow, and the number increased by 1.154%. However, interestingly, battery-run three-wheelers are very common in the country since 2004. Here is a graphic projection of the number of hybrid cars imported. With regard to the signature and ratification of international instruments on carbon reduction, Bangladesh ratified all the major international environmental law instruments. Bangladesh respects international law, and the issue of sustainable development is also constitutionally guaranteed and recognized. Traditionally, Bangladesh follows dualist approach to international law, meaning that once an international law, international instrument is signed, Bangladesh needs to enact a national law, and only after that the national courts can give effect to the provisions of the national law. After signing the three major international environmental law instruments back in 1992, Bangladesh enacted the first environment policy, and then Department of Environment was created. With regard to the ICE vehicles laws, regulations, and policy, if we consider the cradle to grave life cycle of the vehicles, then we can see that Bangladesh has necessary or relevant laws in all the stages, starting from import, then road transport, battery, licensing, environmental matters. There are a number of regulators, National Board of Revenue dealing with tax issues, Ministry of Industry deals with import order, then Bangladesh Standard and Testing institutions develop various types of standards. We have Ministry of Environment, and under the Ministry, the Department of Environment is the most important regulator in this regard. The Bangladesh Road Transport Authority deals with the licensing and registration of the cars. Under the Ministry of Power, we have Power Division, Bangladesh Energy Regulatory Commission, and Sustainable and Renewable Energy Development Authority. With regard to electric vehicle, we do not have any general legal framework so far. However, this should not be an issue, because if these are environmental friendly, then this can be easily introduced into the roads of the car. Bangladesh cannot consider for the time being what European Union and other countries have decided to ban ICE vehicles by 2035. However, it can be understood that because Bangladesh mostly imports cars from these countries, so Bangladesh will eventually introduce electric vehicles by the year at least 2035. Okay, now motor vehicle regulation introduced a definition of electric vehicle, and you can see that it has excluded the battery operated bicycles or rickshaw. This is because these battery operated bicycle or rickshaws are responsible for accidents on the highway, and that is why the government had to take some decision, and these through this regulation, these battery run bicycles are not permitted to run on the highways. Then we have this automobile industry development policy, and this policy was introduced only to invite different types of investments, and you can see the definition of electric vehicle can also be found on electric vehicle charging guidelines. Automobile industry development policy was formulated to develop a strong automotive production base with robust domestic supply chain for modern, competitive, and sustainable automotive and auto parts industry by 2030. It is expected that by that year 2030, we will have at least 15% registered vehicle powered by environment-friendly electricity. In order to establish electric vehicle related plans, the government has declared a number of incentives, as you can see, and especially for the industry category A industry, that is those industries which are totally new and independent, coming from new and independent investors. The investors can expect 100% exemption from custom duties and taxes on the import of plants, machineries, equipments, and other things. However, the most important thing here is that to claim all the incentives, that investors must register themselves with the Bangladesh Investment Development Authority. With regard to the charging stations, the regulators such as BERC, Bangladesh Energy Regulatory Commission, has introduced new tariff. Bangladesh Rural Electrification Board has been installing solar powered charging stations, and Bangladesh Ministry of Power, through the electric vehicle charging guidelines, has also started the process of licensing charging stations. The STRADA is responsible to provide all those licenses. Unfortunately, the guidelines of 2022 does not have any provisions for on the subsidiaries for the consumers and manufacturer to encourage the use of electric vehicles, and provisions relating to the status of battery waste, battery recycling subsidiary and incentive. This cannot be found. With regard to electric vehicle registration and movement policy, the policy has just been already been drafted, and it is waiting for the confirmation. So once the policy is confirmed or finalized, then we can expect that on the roads, we can see more and more electric vehicles. So that's all about electric vehicle. Now move on to the hybrid vehicles. With regard to a hybrid vehicle, we actually do not have anything to report except a project titled Establishment of Hydrogen Energy Laboratory project. And the government, the Bangladesh Council of Scientific and Industrial Research has taken this project. And in order to see some of the success, we need to wait for some more time. So last few words, Bangladesh is a unique country for various reasons because the country is a climate change victim. The country has impressive economic success in recent times. It has a huge market. There are some common challenges faced by the country, such as lack of good governance, accountability, corruptions, and all these challenges are faced by basically most of the developing countries. Bangladesh mostly imports ICE vehicles which pollute the air and making the transportation sector as the second largest contributor to greenhouse gas emission. Due to some lucrative incentives, already a considerable number of hybrid cars can be seen on busy roads, though the number of electric vehicles are almost ignorable, as there are some obvious limitations and challenges in introducing electric vehicles in the country, mostly with regard to the infrastructure. While the existing policies have been encouraging business people or manufacturers to invest in this sector, for the time being, there is still no incentive for the consumers. A prospective consumer may feel demotivated to shift to electric vehicles over ICE vehicles due to the absence of conducive infrastructure, that is charging station, concerns about the lithium-ion battery longevity, cost and maintenance of electric vehicles, lack of technical people, availability of technical people, service center, authorized service dealer, then relevant guidelines and regulations, etc. The issue of coordination among the relevant regulators and the ultimate supply of uninterrupted supply of electricity and the disposal of batteries will remain general concerns as well. Yet, as the purchasing power has been increased and the public transport system are not well developed in the country, it can be anticipated that due to some cultural reasons backed by recent bright projection of the country in various socio-economic indicators, the consumers will welcome electric vehicle and there are good chances for this to be successful. However, the policymakers need to conduct a comprehensive needs and gaps analysis to see the benefits offered by the environment-friendly electric vehicles over the ICE vehicles compared to the possible environmental concern introduced by the disposal of batteries, consideration of strategic environmental assessment, and engage the stakeholder for the optimum success of this industry. Thank you so much. I am now open for questions. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Professor Karim. Our next speaker is Professor Sivanandan Sivakumar at Indian Law Institute. He's going to present on the case of India. Please welcome Professor Sivakumar.
Good afternoon, everyone. My deepest appreciation to Asian Legal Information Network, Korean Legislation Research Institute, and especially to Mr. Kyung Kong Kim, President KLRI, and Ms. Kyung Kong of ALIN Secretariat. My fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute pleasure to address this august gathering on a topic of most contemporary relevance, that is, legal and policy framework on green energy in India, with special focus on hydrogen and electric vehicles. Renewable energy or clean energy or nature's energy remains as of resources which are natural with the ability to replace or substitute themselves more quickly than they are exhausted, such as solar, wind, biomass, so on, so forth. It is crucial to provide cleaner and more sustainable power to the mankind for increasing their standards of living and encourage them to move on to renewable energy. The renewable energy at present stands at about 26% of the world electricity production, and the same has been projected with an increase of 4% by 2024, according to the figure released by International Energy Agency. The Indian government has been implementing new policy initiatives for enabling speedy energy transaction as well as mobility issues in the past decade. Now, I will deal with India's laws and policies related to future green energy. India is the world's third largest energy consumer and also ranks third in the renewable energy in attractive index in 2021. By the end of the decade, the government of India wants to reduce India's carbon intensity by 45% by 2030 by cutting carbon emissions by 1 billion tons. The goals include net zero carbon emissions by 2070 and 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. There is presently no particular legislation in India that governs renewable energy since it falls under the electricity sector and is governed by the provisions of the Electricity Act. The Electricity Act 2003 is the primary statute governing the Indian electricity sector, which has made promotion of renewable energy an explicit obligation of regulatory institution and distribution utilities in its objective and substantive provisions. This is supported by the National Electricity Policy 2005, the Tariff Policy 2006, and other policy and regulatory mechanisms. It outlines the guidelines for capitalizing on utilization of resources such as coal, natural gas, nuclear materials, hydro and renewable energy resources so as to augment the growth of nation's electricity sector. The Central Electricity Authority, established under the Electricity Supply Act 1948, is a nodal authority for technological planning and development. The state electricity boards are established and given control over organizing the state's electricity supply. Its main duties inter alia include promotion of renewable energy generation. The National Tariff Policy of 2016 considered the promotion of renewable energy generation to be prime importance. The draft National Electricity Policy 2021 focused on optimum regulatory arrangements for the future in order to meet climate change goals and achieve sustainable development. While the Electricity Act doesn't define renewable energy, other federal and provincial laws do. Now I will focus on Indian government's position in regards to international agreement and convention related to carbon neutral and climate change. India's contribution to total world greenhouse gas emissions was less than 4% from 1870 to 2019. India emitted 2.5 million metric ton of carbon dioxide per person in 2018, which was lower than the major emitters of greenhouse gases. The US, Russia, and China each emitted 8.4, 17.6, and 8.9 greenhouse gases respectively. Despite having 17% of world population, India now contributes only 7% of global emissions. In 2016, India joined 170 other nations in ratifying the Paris Agreement under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to rally in the battle against climate change and adaptation to its effects. At the COP26 in Glasgow, our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi announced a 5-point strategy as a Panchamitra to achieve the Paris Agreement and nationally determined contributions, which inter alia state India will meet 50% of its energy needs from renewable by 2030. India will reduce the carbon intensity of its economy by less than 45% by 2030, and India will achieve net zero by 2070. The National Sustainable Growth Mission, that's NSM, is a significant initiative launched by a Ministry of New Renewable Energy, Government of India in 2010 as a key initiative with an aim for the promotion of solar energy in the country. The policy for repowering of the wind power project promotes the most efficient use of wind energy resources. CER, Terms and Conditions for Tariff Determination from Renewable Energy Sources, Regulation 2017, dealing with solar and wind energy. The National Offshore Wind Policy 2017 on wind power projects. The Ministry of New Renewable Energy, MNRE's Payment Security Mechanism Guidelines 2019 for project under the National Solar Mission. The project title, Scale Up of Access to Clean Energy for Rural Productive Area to provide clean energy for rural livelihoods and reduce greenhouse gas emission in Assam, Madhya Pradesh, and Odisha are few worth mentioning regulations and policies. The mass growth of solar power in India can be attributed to the endowment of must-run status to wind and solar power plants under rules for promotion of generation from renewable sources of energy by addressing must-run and other matters Rule 2021. The National Electric Mobility Mission launched the faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles, popularly known as FAME, scheme in April 2015 to promote the purchase of electric and hybrid vehicles by providing various measures. The National Thermal Power Corporation, the country's largest power generator, intends to test new hydrogen fuel self-powered electric vehicle so that India's carbon footprint is lowered. India also launched e-Mitra, e-Amrit portal, one-step platform for information on electric vehicles. Niti Aayog Electric Vehicle Mobility Vision 2030 recommends that only electric vehicles must be sold in India by 2030. A joint study that was conducted by Rocky Mountain Institute of the United States and India's Niti Aayog reveals that it is possible for India to save 64% of its energy demands, that is related to predictable road traffic, and 30% of its carbon dioxide release by 2030, attaining a cooperative power and network future flow. On August 15, 2021, which marked the glorious 75 years of India's freedom, the Indian Prime Minister launched the National Hydrogen Mission to facilitate the transformation of India into a green hydrogen hub by helping the government in meeting its essential climate goals. On battery waste, battery recycling, the India government aims for 100% electric transportation by 2030. And the India's EV battery market is expected to grow by $300 billion between 2017 and 2030. The rules laid down by Government of India as per the Battery Management Handling Rules 2001, the governs safe disposal of battery waste in India. As per Battery Waste Management Rules 2020, the manufacturers and dealers are responsible for collecting batteries and transporting them safely to recyclers. State pollution control boards, customs authorities, the Central Pollution Control Board, and Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change are integral part of this rule. Now, on its shortcoming, there is no provision in 2001 rules of SPCBs to register or authorize manufacturers, assemblers, reconditioners, auctionaries, and bulk consumers. Lack of awareness among stakeholders, lack of stricter action against the non-complying stakeholders by the state pollution control boards are major concerns. In 2013, the government established the National Electricity Mobility Mission 2020 strategy. The Nidhi Aayog Yojana aims to electrify all commercial vehicles. The goal is to grow EVs as a mode of transportation. However, huge technology expenditures, EV charging strategy, a comprehensive electric vehicle subsidies, EV protection laws, suitable infrastructure for operation and charging, and reduction of lithium import tariffs are needed to introduce EV networks and decrease production costs. By promoting a combination of renewables, smart grids, by developing robust financing and investment, green hydrogen policy, offshore wind policy, promotion of electric vehicles, and easing terms for open access to procure green energy, India can undoubtedly combat climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Siva Kumar. Final speaker of session 1 is Professor Siva Kumar Giri at Kathmandu University School of Law in Nepal. He's going to present on the case of Nepal. Please welcome Professor Giri.
Namaste. Today's presentation is about legal and policy framework on electric and hydrogen vehicles in Nepal. This presentation has 4 parts. In the first part, I will talk about overview of the current status of industry and market of vehicles in Nepal. In the second part, international legal obligation of Nepal in relation to carbon reduction or neutrality. In the third part, legal and policy frameworks on vehicles in Nepal, including internal combustion engine, ICE, electric and hydrogen vehicles. And the fourth part will offer some conclusions. First, the overview. Road transport covers most of the transport in Nepal, accounting for about 90% of all trips. Almost all of the domestic requirements for vehicles are fulfilled through imports. The number of vehicles being imported is growing rapidly each year. For instance, such growth rate was 14% per annum on average from 1990 to 2018, and total registered vehicles reached 3.22 million by 2018. This pie chart shows the vehicles registered with the Department of Transport Management in Nepal in 2018. The current status of industry and market of electric vehicles, there is no separate official data available about electric vehicles except three-wheeler e-rickshaws. Electric vehicles consisted about 1% of the total vehicle fleet in the country in 2020. More than 80% of electric vehicles were three-wheeler auto rickshaws that operated as public vehicles. This table shows the import of electric vehicles in the last 3 years. It is evident that 2021 and 2022 saw a significant rise in the import of such vehicles. The current status of industry and market of hydrogen vehicles in Nepal. There is no hydrogen-powered vehicle plying in the roads of Nepal, and hydrogen as a fuel is also not available in the country. Now let us move to the second part of the presentation. Nepal's obligation under international treaties and conventions regarding carbon reduction or neutrality. Nepal is a party to all international conventions and agreements relating to carbon reduction or neutrality, including Vienna Convention and the Montreal Protocol. Nepal has also ratified the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. The second nationally determined contribution submitted to the UNFCCC Secretariat under Article 4.3 of the Paris Agreement outlined Nepal's plan to significantly reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and meet its commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. A number of targets on key sectors has been set, which include the targets in transport sectors such as 25% of all private passenger vehicle sales and 20% of all four-wheeler public passenger vehicle sales, excluding the three-wheelers, to be electric vehicles by 2025, and these numbers to increase to 90% and 60% respectively by 2030. Legal frameworks on vehicles in Nepal. This is the third part of the presentation. Legal framework in Nepal generally includes the acts enacted by Parliament and the rules framed by the Council of Ministers to implement the provisions of the concerned act. The policy framework is provided in various official policy documents, usually prepared by the line ministry and formally adopted with the approval of the Council of Ministers. Matters relating to motor vehicles and transport are governed under different frameworks of laws and policies. The legal framework on vehicles as such does not make any difference between internal combustion engine, electric and hydrogen vehicles, and the legal provisions apply to all types of vehicles without exception. Tax laws, however, treat electric vehicles differently sometimes by providing financial incentives to them which are not available to ICE vehicles. Some policies have treated electric vehicles differently in few instances by expressing preference to clean energy vehicles over the ICE vehicles. Such preference is reflected generally in the policy statements that set a target to achieve certain % increase in the share of electric vehicles in the total fleet over a specified period of time, and in offering certain incentives, concessions, and facilities to electric vehicles. Acts. Two acts are important in the context of motor vehicles in Nepal: Motor Vehicles and Transport Management Act 1993, Export-Import Control Act 1957. The Motor Vehicle and Transport Management Act 1993 is the only legislation that specifically and comprehensively provides for matters relating to motor vehicles and transport management in Nepal. Chapter 2 of the Act classifies motor vehicles into different categories, but there is no distinction between IC and electric vehicles. Section 39 of the Act actually appears to be creating barriers to electric vehicles. It prohibits the owner of a motor vehicle to change its color, number of seats, structure, engine, or chassis without obtaining approval from the competent authority. It charges higher fees to grant such approval. No such approval is given to change the specification made by the vehicle manufacturing company in relation to the structure of such motor vehicle. This provision has been cited as the significant barrier to converting ICE vehicles into electric vehicles. The second act, Export-Import Control Act 1957, gives the government power to prohibit or control export and imports of goods to achieve a number of objectives, including to conserve exhaustible natural resources, to fulfill the obligation under any international convention or agreement to which Nepal is a party, and to prevent the depletion of foreign exchange reserves. A ban on imports of jeeps, cars, and vans, and on motorcycles with above 250 cylinder capacity was imposed recently for 3 months to prevent the depletion of foreign exchange reserves. The ban has now been extended for further 3 months to mid-December 2022. So, no specific legislation like the Automated and Electric Vehicles Act 2018 of UK to govern matters relating to electric vehicles, or like the Hydrogen Economy Promotion and Hydrogen Safety Management Act of the Republic of Korea to govern matters relating to the production, storage, transport, distribution, and use of hydrogen in Nepal. The existing laws of Nepal have absolutely no provision in regard to hydrogen-powered vehicles, not even a reference or recognition to the existence of such vehicles. And there is no institutional mechanism in place to regulate hydrogen industry in the country. Policy frameworks on vehicles and transport. There are two main policies on transport. The first, national transport policy, is probably the earliest policy document related to transport sector in Nepal. It outlines few measures to minimize the pollution in transport sector, such as expansion of solar-powered and electricity-driven means of transport throughout the country, and provision of tax incentives for non-polluting vehicles. This policy doesn't mention hydrogen-powered vehicles at all. The second important policy is environment-friendly vehicle and transport policy 2014. It is probably the most comprehensive policy on electric vehicles, with detailed strategies and activities planned with the aim of reducing air pollution from transport sector in Nepal. It promotes transformation of ICE vehicles, especially older ones, into electric and other environment-friendly vehicles. It sets a target to increase the share of electric vehicles in the total fleet to 20% by 2020. It offers to provide various subsidies for the promotion of electric and non-motorized vehicles. It offers to establish a fund to promote environment-friendly vehicles, makes a promise to install charging stations. It also promotes local assembly of electric vehicles by improving access to required vehicle parts, including batteries. It refers to hydrogen fuel cell as one type of renewable energy and offers the same incentives and facilities to hydrogen fuel cell vehicles that are offered to electric vehicles. However, the policy is yet to be implemented. Some other policies relating to climate change and environment protection also mention certain strategies to promote electric and hydrogen-powered vehicles in Nepal. For instance, National Climate Change Policy 2019 states strategies such as energy-efficient technologies and promotion of electric energy in transport sector and promotion of electric vehicles. The National Environment Policy 2019 includes a list of 10 objectives, one of which is to minimize and control all sources of pollution, and 23 strategies, including one that states that clean vehicles such as electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, and hydrogen vehicles will be promoted. However, these policies have no roadmap or specific program to implement these strategies. Laws and policies subsidiary to encourage the use of electric vehicles. First, subsidiary tax incentive, which are usually provided in the Finance Act, which is enacted each year to implement the annual budget presented by the federal government. It maintains, increases, or reduces the rate of taxation or provides tax exemption in that fiscal year. The current Finance Act 2022 provides reduced rate of excise and customs duties on the import of electric vehicles compared to ICE vehicles. However, tax and other duties on electric vehicles have fluctuated widely in opposite direction in the past 3 years. It is also not clear whether or not the tax incentives available to electric vehicles are also available to hydrogen vehicles. Other incentives include pollution tax that is imposed on fossil fuels, less vehicle ownership tax payable each year for electric vehicles, road tax waiver for 5 years for transforming ICE vehicles into electric, vehicle registration fee waiver for electric vehicles. Policies and incentives and other facilities. A number of incentives and other facilities are mentioned in the Environment-Friendly Vehicle and Transport Policy 2014, such as separate testing and registration requirement for electric vehicles, loan and other facilities to manufacturer and operator of electric vehicles, supply of electricity at lower tariff. Laws and policing relating to charging stations. There is no specific law or regulation on charging or charging stations. Few general strategies and activities for establishing and operating charging stations are mentioned in the Environment-Friendly Vehicle and Transport Policy 2014, such as encouraging public-private partnership in establishing and operating charging stations, providing land on lease at subsidized fee, and creating other necessary physical infrastructure, and continuous supply of electricity at a reduced rate of tariff. Laws and policies relating to battery waste management. Here again, there is no specific law or regulation relating to batteries recycling and battery waste management in Nepal. The Solid Waste Management Act 2011 mentions industrial and hazardous waste, but there is no specific or separate provision for battery waste management. Two policies recognize the need for separate disposal systems for batteries. The Environment-Friendly Vehicle and Transport Policy states that the short-term and long-term plans and programs will be formulated and implemented for environment-friendly management of battery waste by categorizing them into pollutive and non-pollutive. On national level, battery recycle center will be established in collaboration with private sector. Mandatory recycling requirements will be applied. Tax on batteries in accordance with polluter pays principle. Tax and other benefits to encourage recycling. The other policy, National Environment Policy 2019, also states that acid batteries used in motor vehicles and other non-usable electronic waste will be managed efficiently. However, these policies have no program or activity to implement such strategies. Now let us look into the final part of the presentation, conclusion. Are the laws and policies effective? Of course not. There is complete legislative and regulatory vacuum in many aspects of electric and hydrogen vehicle in Nepal, as well as battery waste management. There is absence of proper regulatory authorities in many areas, such as hydrogen industry. Legal barriers exist in prevailing laws, but no timely amendments. Erratic and inconsistent policies in regard to tax and other fiscal benefits for electric vehicles have been seen. Government is relatively proactive in formulating policies, but inefficient in implementing them. So most of the policies are very general and broad, and there is no roadmap or concrete program offered to implement them. What about some suggestions? A time-bound concrete plan to phase out all ICE vehicles, a comprehensive legislation covering all aspects of regulatory framework in regard to electric vehicles, including stable provisions for tax subsidies and other benefits to promote such vehicles, legal recognition of green hydrogen as a renewable source of energy, a specific law on hydrogen industry with provisions for a competent regulatory authority, amendment to existing laws that are creating barriers in promoting electric and hydrogen vehicles, proper implementation and timely evaluation of the policies. Thank you very much for listening to me. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Professor Giri, and I would like to thank all three speakers for informative sessions. Now, we'll go to Oceania and Central Asia. The first speaker of session 2 for Oceania is Professor Jürgen Bromer at Murdoch University School of Law in Australia. He's going to speak the case of Australia. Please welcome Professor Bromer.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Jürgen Bromer. I'm a professor of law at Murdoch University in Perth. I'm new to this round of the Asian Legal Information Network. I thank the hosts for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to present. I've already had the opportunity to present the law school, so I don't need to say any more about myself and the background, and we'll get straight into the matter. I am today going to give the country report for Australia on matters of hydrogen and electrification of transport, battery electric vehicles and the like. What I would like to cover today is give you a little bit of a background in Australia, especially because Australia has had some political developments that are very crucial, some developments in civil society, especially in the business world, that are impactful on our topic as well. Talk about to become a major energy exporter in the hydrogen world, an energy superpower even, various hydrogen policies that have been passed by all the Australian states and in a collaborative fashion by the federal Commonwealth of Australia as well. Then look at how this strategy is unfolding, if you will, very briefly in some international collaborations, unsurprisingly with countries that have a need, never as clear as it was today with the war in the Ukraine and the energy crisis in Europe. Germany is one of these countries that is seeking collaboration with Australia. Then I would like to briefly touch on the legal and policy framework for electric vehicles and really the dearth of regulation that might be surprising, but that I find borderline frightening. And that is probably not uncommon in the world, and that my prediction is will lead to real problems, environmental problems, not least down the road. Finally, some regulatory or more specific issues around taxes, incentives, and some litigation that is currently going on in Australia. And then hopefully I'll have time for a final sentence, and hopefully that will all be informative for you, the audience out there. So with that, let us get into the issues. Political framework, the background. Australia has had elections in May, but these elections were the first elections where climate change and energy policy were major topics with major implications for the outcome of the election. I think that is very fair to say. I've tried to illustrate that with a couple of these headlines, if you will. It cannot be disputed that these issues played a significant role. They led to a change of government, lost in the primary vote 5.6%. That is significant. A swing, as they call it, against them of almost 6%, and hence not surprising that the coalition, the Conservative Liberal Party and the National Party could not win enough seats to form a majority. Perhaps a bit more telling is the fact that the now governing the Labour Party with the new Prime Minister Anthony Albanese also lost votes And that tells you something, namely the votes that those two lost, even though obviously Labour lost much less than the Conservatives did, went somewhere else. The Greens that won 1.5%, which is quite a lot, given that, of course, in a first past the post system, a small party always has a very difficult stand, and the Greens managed to win 3 additional seats. In a majority system, 4 seats for the Green Party is, borderline sensational. They held 1 seat before, coincidentally by an alumnus of Murdoch Law School, Adam Band, who's also the leader of the Greens. Now they hold 4 seats. But the other major development there was that from the flesh, if you will, of the Liberal Party, almost 10 that came from that background of independent candidates who were disgruntled with the climate change skepticism and hesitance of the Conservative Party, won inner city seats, mainly inner city seats in the big metropolitan areas in Brisbane and Sydney and in Melbourne. And they were not only driven, they were also driven by gender issues. A lot of these teal candidates were women, but they were also driven by the climate change concern. So that is really a big development that will leave its impact and its mark, and has already left its mark, as we will see when I briefly talk about the Paris Agreement, on Australian politics. The other impact is the impact of business, and this first example that I have here of Mike Cannon-Brookes. Mike Cannon-Brookes is the co-founder of a huge software house, Atlassian, that he founded. Company Atlassian is not a software house that might someday turn a profit. No, as you can see here, which is why I put this chart here, we're looking at a market capitalization of 60 billion, about the size where the big blue chip German firms, Siemens, Mercedes, BMW, and the like play in that league as far as market capitalization goes. He's also one of the richest people in Australia. So the point being, big entrepreneur who has become very active in energy and is trying to shape energy policy. He is actively involved as an active investor in Australia's largest energy retailer. Has for now stopped the splitting up of this company with the pronounced aim of cutting coal out of the mix that they offer to reduce greenhouse gases. So very activist on that front. So that's Mike Cannon-Brookes. The other person, Andrew Forrest, who created Fortescue Metals Group here in Western Australia, and is now one of the largest iron ore producers on the planet. And in Australia, with his Fortescue Metals Group, he's found this subsidiary, Fortescue Future Industries, and the main goal of Fortescue Future Industries is the creation of sustainable hydrogen supply chain that allows him to make his carbon business entirely carbon neutral in a very short time for the whole iron ore supply chain, from the excavating of the iron ore to the trucking, the shipping, including the rail lines, but also including the ships that then transport this iron ore to the final destination. He is the world's biggest hydrogen entrepreneur, and his failure or not, success, will have an impact on how the hydrogen future develops. A brief look at the energy status quo in Australia, and you can see the news is dire. Black coal is still by far the major source of energy, and if you add brown coal and natural gas and crude oil into that mix, you can see that fossil fuels are very much still it, and that solar and wind and hydro actually play a very, very small role. Now that is data from 2020 and 2021, but on the right-hand side, I have a chart from 9 October. That was the energy mix Australian electricity exchange on that day. And you can see that on that day, things weren't much better. I've mentioned the change in politics and the change in government. Australia is a participant, of course, in the Paris Agreement. One of the first steps of the new government, and controversial in the election, so we did have a bit of a climate election, was immediately thereafter the communication of Australia to the UNFCCC. I'll refer to that just as the Paris Agreement, of a new national contribution target that significantly increased from the previous target of 26 to 28% below the 2005 baseline, all the way to 43%. So very significant upping. And also making it clear that this goal was to be reached without accounting tricks, if you will, over-fulfillment of past goals under the Kyoto Protocol, which Australia did over-fulfill, are not going to be counted in that newly revised 43% goal. So that is a very first and immediate effect of the election in May 2022. More concretely, a brief look at the status of battery electric vehicles, and you can see, I don't even want to say much, you can look at the numbers, it's miserable. It's greatly over-exaggerated. Sometimes one can get the impression that the only cars that are being sold are battery electric cars, or even plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, but that's not the case. Growth is rapid, but on a very, very low basis, as you can see here. A little primer on the incentives that are available for buyers of battery cars, and you can see Australia is not doing a whole lot. They differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Australia is a federation, so these things are not the same within the country. So this hasn't really left a significant impact. Don't forget, Australia is an interesting country in that on the one hand it is vast, and therefore range issues on one hand play a role. On the other hand, Australia is probably the most urbanized country on the planet. Practically everyone lives very close to one of the 6 metropolitan areas, and depending on how wide you cast your net, you can easily reach 90% of the people that live in metropolitan areas. So in that sense, range is not that important. In the mindset, that's probably not entirely the case. Hydrogen strategies are big, and as I will have an opportunity maybe to stress a couple more times, it is all about industry development, energy export, business opportunities. So all the states have passed their own hydrogen strategy, and collaboratively they have also created a national hydrogen strategy, very industry focused. The fact that the industry department was the driver and not the environmental departments is a bit of a sign. Let's have a look at the legal and policy framework of battery electric cars. And it is quite interesting to see that currently there is very little, next to nothing, regarding the regulatory framework. Obviously, you can purchase an electric vehicle, a fully battery electric vehicle, or a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, even a hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle, and drive it on the roads. But that is treated under the standard parameters for getting a car on the road. So these cars run through the same testing as any new model that seeks the Australian market, seeks customers on the Australian market, and needs to get a general permission to be sold here. nothing specifically to do with the fact that there are batteries in there, huge batteries in there that might create all kinds of problems. One of the problems, only one of the problems, is the recycling. What happens at the end of life with these batteries? There is nothing there. There are no standards. There are no streamlining, no regulation that would try to ensure that these batteries are built in such a way that they are comparable one to the other, that they can be recycled easily. That, of course, has to do with the fact that the market is practically not there, and what market is there has been there for a year or two. The law always tends to be reactionary and kind of like trot slowly behind the development in the real world, and the development in the real world is relatively fast. The other reason is that there might be a bit of a complacency due to the fact that, of course, the stuff that is in these batteries is valuable. And so there is, if you will, an unspoken hope that the business side of things will itself pick up the recycling and, if you will, be proactive. And so there is not that urgency. So these two factors of having very low market volumes and therefore not yet a problem, and hoping that the business interests, given that there are valuable materials in these batteries that one wants to recover, will kind of like at least initially solve that in an unholy alliance in this area. And I would like to point that out to whoever is listening. Before the pandemic, every year on the planet, about 90 million new cars were produced. That shrank a little bit due to the pandemic. I think it's now back in the upper 70 million cars. So let's just say 70 million. 70 million cars. Now, if anybody wants to even imagine that even a third of them, let's just say 25 million cars, would in the next 10 or 20 years be battery electric vehicles that have a battery in them that say is at least 40, 50 kilowatt. I think that should send shivers of fear down people's spine. The environmental impact from excavation through battery cell production to having all these cars on the road, to recovering the batteries, refitting the batteries, recycling the batteries, and then finally, when even their second life is over, doing whatever with these batteries, I don't even want to think about it. I see that as a really big problem, and I'm kind of surprised the state of regulatory affairs is where it is in the questions that count. The questions that count, I think, is that we need an integrated regulatory framework transnationally, nationally, locally, that reaches from the production of the extraction of the mineral resources needed to create the batteries or the hydrogen or both, all the way through to the very end of life of these batteries, at each and every step. If we do not manage to create a wholly enclosed circular economy around that, I think the risk is tangible that we will run into an environmental disaster. We do have a bill for a tax break right now pending in Parliament to relieve electric vehicles from the so-called fringe benefits tax. In essence, very, very simplistically put, if you get a company car that is treated as a part of your income, and in Australia you have to then pay fringe benefit tax under a bit of a complicated formula. For electric vehicles, you might get a break if that law goes through, to incentivize indirectly the take-up of electric vehicles. But the major potentially impact full point is the constitutional challenge that is currently lying before Australia's constitutional court, that's called the High Court in Australia. And this is concerning a road charge in Victoria, but similar legislation has been passed in New South Wales and is envisaged in the other states with the intent of creating a special charge to be placed on the owners and operators of electric vehicles because they do not buy gas, petrol, and therefore do not pay petrol excise tax, the tax element that is put on the sale of petrol, which is, of course, indirectly, and it's a tax, so it just flows into the general fund, but of course, which is used to sustain, develop, and maintain the road network, the infrastructure, and electric vehicles will use that infrastructure, but not in that way contribute to the upkeep of that development of that infrastructure. So various states have passed legislation to force electric vehicle operators to participate in the costs of this. And that has been challenged under the notion that excise taxes under Australia's Commonwealth Constitution can only be imposed by the federal government. And hence, if these charges were to be qualified by the court as an excise tax, then these state charges would be unconstitutional and void. Any such charges, any such then excise taxes, if they were so qualified, could only be levied by the federal government. This new government, given the political background, would probably not tend to levy such charges on electric vehicles, at least not initially, but that is mere speculation, and we will see what the High Court decides. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Broma, for interesting presentation. Now we are going to Central Asia. Chief Researcher Sersembayaf Marat Alangurovich at Institute of Legal Information and Legislation of the Republic of Kazakhstan. He is going to speak on the legal and political foundation of green energy in Kazakhstan with an emphasis on hydrogen and electric vehicles. Please welcome Professor Alangurovich.
Dear colleagues, dear participators of our conference, according to scientific forecasts, it is clear that the world's reserves of traditional energy sources tend to be exhausted. Thus, the world's oil reserves may be exhausted after about 50 years. Uranium may run out in 90, 100 years. We will begin to choose the last reserves of coal after about 400 years. The forecast for gas is about 100 years. But if we continue to extract and use especially dirty types of mineral resources, then we will face an ecological catastrophe on the planet. If we take into account that in Kazakhstan, more than 50% of energy is produced from coal, more than 20% from gas, more than 21% from oil, it becomes clear that it is necessary to sharply take a course for green economy and for green energy. Kazakhstan proceeds from the need to switch to green energy. Having ratified the Paris Agreement of November 4, 2016, Kazakhstan has committed itself to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 15% if compared with the level of such emissions in 1990 in relation to 2030. The doctrine of achieving carbon neutrality of Kazakhstan until 2060 is a long-term vision of the country's transition to low greenhouse gas emissions. Over 30 years of independent development, the sovereign state of Kazakhstan has adopted 327 legal regulations on innovative industry of Kazakhstan. Among them are more than 10 laws, including the law of the Republic of Kazakhstan, dated 27 December 2021 on industrial policy, the law of 4 July 2003 on road transport, adopted on the basis of the articles of the Constitution of 1995. The formation of transport engineering in independent Kazakhstan occurred at the beginning of the 21st century. If in 2019 the annual production volume in Kazakhstan amounted to 50,541 cars, in 2020 to 77,471 cars, including electric vehicles. Then, by the end of 2021, this annual volume reached 92,839 cars, electric vehicles including. As we can see, the indicators of 2019 in 2021 exceeded almost 2 times. This is a great success. 16 cars out of every 100 cars, including electric vehicles, produced in Kazakhstan were exported to Russia, to Uzbekistan, Belarus, Kyrgyzstan, Azerbaijan. Kazakhstan is heading for the electric vehicle industry. Since June 4, 2022, Kazakhstan has decided not to levy a recycling fee, transport tax from owners of electric vehicles, electric buses, electric trucks. All this taken together creates incentives for the production of their own electric cars. The flagship of Kazakhstan's automotive industry, the Saryarka Avtoprom plant, has already started producing electric vehicles of the JAC brand. The country already has several hundred electric vehicles of high international class. In addition to passenger electric vehicles, Kazakhstan today produces 8 models of electric buses, including Yutong, Ankai, Golden Dragon. In recent years, the country's car factories have produced thousands of buses with electric motors that serve passenger routes of Kazakh cities of Aktau, Astana, Almaty, Pavlodar. Kazakhstan automobile plant KAMAZ Engineering actively cooperates with the Russian auto giant KAMAZ. Together with Russian specialists, this plant began to introduce elements of digitalization into the activities of this plant. We are currently engaged in a scrupulous study of the South Korean experience in the production of cars, electric and hydrogen vehicles. Kazakhstan car factories have achieved localization of up to 30% in the assembly of cars today. One of the significant problems of electric mobility of transport is its frequent charging. The possibility of stopping an electric vehicle between cities as a result of discharge of the traction battery. This problem can be technically solved as follows. On the frame of the electric car, instead of the one almost square battery installed today, we suggest placing 2 rectangular batteries. Battery number 1 will drive an electric motor, which will give a high-speed course for the electric vehicle, and at the same time, a small electric generator installed next to the engine and driven by it will charge battery number 2. Then battery number 1 is recharged. Thanks to this approach, the driver can drive several thousand kilometers without stopping at charging stations. If this idea is accepted, then it can be put into an appropriate technical and legal standard. The production of electric vehicles in Kazakhstan is at the stage of formation. There is no hydrogen mobile industry, hydrogen cars, and hydrogen mobile filling stations in Kazakhstan yet. Therefore, in the chapter on the hydrogen mobile industry, we will talk about the experience of a number of countries in this direction and about the possibility of adopting this experience by industry, mechanical engineering in Kazakhstan, about comparing the advantages and disadvantages of electric vehicles and hydrogen cars, as well as plans for their production. A large plant for the production of pure hydrogen will be built in the western part of Kazakhstan on the basis of an international legal act, a memorandum of understanding dated July 3, 2021, signed by Swedish German group of companies, Wind and the Akimat of the Mangistau region of the Republic of Kazakhstan. $22 billion have already been allocated for the construction of this plant. According to data for 2020, the global market of hydrogen fuel cell cars amounted to 15,579 million US dollars. It is expected that by the end of 2025, the global hydrogen car market will grow to 26,529 million US dollars. The leaders of the hydrogen car industry today are the Japanese companies Toyota, Honda, the South Korean company Hyundai, the Chinese electric car companies. Kazakh scientists Bishimbayev, Lepesov, Sedbakalov, Chingizova, Lepesov, from 2012 to today justify the need to switch to a hydrogen economy, to hydrogen transport. In Kazakhstan, we want to give a chance to both types of transport, both electric and hydrogen vehicles. In a competitive environment, the final winner will be revealed. We are sure. Japan adopted a basic hydrogen strategy in 2017. South Korea approved a hydrogen energy roadmap in 2018. China, a hydrogen energy white paper in 2019. The Republic of Kazakhstan should adopt a strategy for the formation and development of hydrogen mobile construction. It is necessary to take a closer look and carefully work out and eliminate all the negative aspects of the activities of hydrogen trucks and buses on the highways. The development of the production of electric vehicles and hydrogen vehicles will additionally be promoted by such future Kazakh laws as on the introduction of digital technologies into the activities of Kazakh transport engineering plants for the production of electric, hydrogen, mobile, unmanned, and other vehicles. And another on the necessity of design, distribution, and use of industrial robots, artificial intelligence mechanisms, automation of production processes at electric and hydrogen mobile engineering plants of the Republic. It would be desirable to rename the title of the Law of the Republic of Kazakhstan dated July 4, 2003 on road transport and formulate it in the following form. The Law of the Republic of Kazakhstan on automobile, electric, and hydrogen mobile transport. based on the fact that fuel in the form of green hydrogen becomes a key element in the hydrogen car industry, it makes sense in Kazakhstan to develop and adopt a new law, such as on ensuring appropriate conditions for the extraction, storage, and use of the most environmentally friendly hydrogen fuel. Scientists at Stanford University, USA, have managed to develop such an electrolysis system that is capable of decomposing salt water into hydrogen and oxygen. If the tests pass positively, such an electrolysis system can be put on an industrial stream. The relevant laws and codes of the Republic of Kazakhstan are the legal basis for the activities of all automobile factories of the Republic of Kazakhstan that produce cars and begin to produce electric vehicles, hydrogen vehicles, but they must be improved taking into account the transition to electric and hydrogen transport. An environmentally friendly electric car as a fundamentally new type of vehicle needs state support. In this regard, it is advisable in Kazakhstan to develop and adopt a new law as on all-round state support for electric vehicle production and operation of electric and hydrogen mobile machines and mechanisms. The task of such a law could be to regulate all public legal and private legal facets of the electric and hydrogen mobile industry. It would be desirable between Kazakhstan and South Korea, between Kazakhstan and Japan, to sign bilateral agreements on investment cooperation in the production of electric and hydrogen mobile vehicles at automobile plants of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Based on this bilateral international legal base, it would be desirable to train our Kazakhstani workers there at South Korean and Japanese automakers as interns. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, the last speaker of this session is Professor Aziz Ismatov at the Center for Asian Legal Exchange of Nagoya University, who will present on the case of Uzbekistan. Please welcome Professor Ismatov.
Good evening, dear friends. My name is Aziz Ismatov. I am Assistant Professor of Law at the Center for Asian Legal Exchange at Nagoya University. And my today's topic will be dedicated to Uzbekistan. I will be speaking about the green energy law and policy in Uzbekistan, and several of my slides will be dedicated to the issue of electric vehicles in Uzbekistan. So let me start from here. Within my first slide, I'm actually posing a kind of general question. As long as I'm dealing with the constitutionalism, within the 21st century, we have many challenges. In my viewpoint, the climate change is one of the challenges that humanity is facing. So I start with the constitution of Uzbekistan in order to take a look whether the constitution will provide any kind of text or any kind of legal response towards these challenges. And I found out that the current 1992 constitution doesn't really mention anything about the climate change. Neither it mentions anything about the specific policy to address this challenge within the constitutional text or in a practice. And at the same time, it doesn't really discuss any kind of climate change related risks and threats such as the greenhouse gas emission, desertification, or a complex issue of the regional water management in the country. So there is actually a direct connection for the green energy challenge in Uzbekistan between the constitutional text and remaining legal practice in Uzbekistan. If we take a look at the energy sector, we will find out that the non-green energy capacity of the national economy in Uzbekistan is one of the highest among all of the Central Asian republics. So mainly this country relies on the traditional energy sources. And within several decades, 3 or 4 decades, the country has unfortunately demonstrated pretty much failed experience within the area of the renewable energy sources. So mainly the country didn't really develop the solar, wind, biogas energy or hydropower, small natural or artificial water streams. So it's generally relies on the traditional energy sources. So in order to address these kind of challenge, the government several years ago, they decided to initiate a kind of several state programs and create roadmaps in order to somehow improve the situation. So I'm basically bringing here two main examples. So one is that there was a decision to enlarge the hydropower development within the Republic, and mainly the plan was created within the 4 years, 2017-2021, and it presupposes the increase in clean hydropower generation capacity by 2025. And the second intention is basically to attract private investments and to construct solar power plants, mainly in the desert areas of Uzbekistan. So what does the domestic regulatory framework tells us with regard to the green energy? Quite recently, in 2019, parliamentarians adopted a law. It's the 539 law on the use of renewable sources of energy. This is a kind of law that was adopted with the help of the foreign legal donors. So mainly when the lawmakers in Uzbekistan were drafting the text, they relied upon the Chinese model. So mainly they were looking to the Chinese model, to the Chinese experience, to the Chinese law. That's actually a unique experience within Uzbekistan. So if you take a detailed look at this law, you will find out that it's pretty much general. For example, the Article 3 provides a pretty much general definition for the renewable energy sources. And the specifics of this law is that either the definition, the part that speaks about the state policy development, the benefits, the preferences, they have a pretty much ambiguous character, and this ambiguity in turn paves the way for the numerous bylaws. Or in other words, it gives the sort of tool or opens room for mainly executive agency to produce their bylaws and to create their own managerial policies that would control or would manage the energy sector in Uzbekistan. So what those executive agencies are that create the bylaws? So first of all, it's a cabinet of ministers. I have to mention here that Uzbekistan, it's not a parliamentary republic. It's not a parliamentary presidential republic as well. So it's basically a hyper-presidential republic where the political figure of the president remains extremely strong, and therefore the organ like the cabinet of ministers is technically subordinated to the president. So at the top of this executive hierarchy is the president, who is actually controlling the rest of the executive branch. Like the cabinet of ministers or subordinate ministries like the Ministry of Energy, which is one of the dominant actor within the control and management policy of the energy in Uzbekistan. I also decided to include here the local government bodies, even though they do not really play a visible role in producing the bylaws, but yet they are placed at the very bottom of this executive hierarchy. So laws are being created at the ministerial level, and the execution following the top-down structure is being done on a local government level. So several examples when these executive agencies actually provide a preferential treatment. The first, for example, the cabinet of ministers or Ministry of Energy, they have a special competency to offer priority in a simplified registration for the enterprises who plan to locate their renewable energy source investment project in some remote territories in the countryside, which normally located far from the centralized energy supply system, so that the government actually provides lots of preferences for those kind of enterprise. And second, executive bodies, they may reduce or even cancel the taxes and customs and provide other benefits and preferences for special institutions or again for special enterprises who bring to Uzbekistan a kind of innovative green energy know-how or machines, for example, like electric vehicles. What is the progress? Is there actually any kind of progress with electric vehicles in Uzbekistan? Within 3 years, 2018 to 2021, there were only about 800 electric vehicles imported to Uzbekistan. Mainly, I think 90% were imported to Uzbekistan from China. The claim that I'm planning to make here is that 800 electric vehicles within 3 years is an extremely small number for the country with a big population like Uzbekistan. Even as of 2022, the interest and demand for electric vehicles in Uzbekistan is pretty low. So I think based on my research, there are two main key reasons why electric vehicles are not popular in Uzbekistan. The first is that finding the spare parts for the electric vehicles is really challenging. So it's really difficult if your car is broken to find the parts. And the second, inconvenience of charging electric vehicles, because the charging stations, the number of the charging stations within the country is extremely low as well. So imagine if you are traveling from one part of the country to another, so that the chances actually that you can make it would be pretty low because there are not enough. There will be the chances are pretty high that the charging stations will not be available at the different parts of the country. So these are two main causes that actually prevent people from buying electric vehicles. So in order to somehow improve the situation, several years ago, the policymakers decided to introduce some amendments to the law and create a more effective electric vehicles usage in Uzbekistan. So what it basically did, they incorporated the electric vehicles definition into the general domestic traffic rules. Before it wasn't done. So electric vehicles didn't really have any kind of formal recognition in internal domestic traffic system. And the second, there was a convenient state registration. So right now, registering your automobile, if you're owner of the electric vehicle, registering is really easy. They even issue a special number plates with a green color. No excise tax, no value-added tax, reduced customs duties for imported electric vehicles. Imagine you're importing electric vehicle and non-electric vehicle, you would have to pay much less for the electric vehicle, whereas the custom duties for non-electric vehicle imported to Uzbekistan would be extremely high. And also, it's not that much of the legal incentive, but more as a kind of investment project. The government is intending to invest into the production of the electric. The Uzbekistan is basically trying to enlarge the production of the electric vehicles within the country. And as an example, there is a kind of joint effort between the local automobile producer, which is Uzavtosanoat, the only automobile producer that we have in Uzbekistan, and a giant Chinese investor that called Build Your Dream, BYD Corporation. It's a major Chinese electric car manufacturer. They have signed a memorandum of cooperation, and I think pretty soon are planning to start construction of the plant that would be specializing on producing electric buses and electric cars in Uzbekistan. Also, another quite interesting initiative was done recently by the Ministry of Economics and Development. They have produced a draft of the executive bylaw where they propose a sort of the roadmap that focuses not only on the production of the electric vehicles, but also they're focusing on the problem of increasing the components, spare parts, increasing the number of charging stations within the country. And they plan to do so until the 2030, actually. This is the kind of, at least within the governmental news, it's being called as a kind of realistic roadmap. So what kind of challenges do we have here? There is a big challenge with the battery production, and especially with the recycling of the battery. So far, there is one giant plant in Uzbekistan. It produces high-tech batteries, it's an export-oriented enterprise. They create the batteries and at the same time they recycle used batteries in least ways. So mainly they contract with the foreign partners. They import the used batteries and recycle it within Uzbekistan. The huge problem with that is that there is no comprehensive law in Uzbekistan that would coordinate or control the whole recycle process. And as long as there is no effective law, it actually makes the process either illegal or legally unregulated yet. And the mere fact that there is a lack of the effective legislation makes the whole process dangerous, because the whole process of the recycling is being covered by several bylaws, and most of the areas being left unregulated. So what kind of risk here, again, if we take a look at the constitutionalism, I think there is a huge risk when the ordinary bylaw replaces the statute, right? Because there is no solid and effective framework in Uzbekistan that would effectively coordinate and supervise this kind of executive bylaw. So if we take a look at the functioning of the check and balance system, the judiciary and the parliament, they do not really have a solid mechanisms in place that would coordinate, or again, that would control these kind of executive bylaws. So what is my conclusion? Again, as long as I'm doing research about the constitutionalism, my argument is that constitutionalism presupposes responses towards the global challenges. And again, I think the climate change is a challenge of the 21st century. These kind of challenges must be shaped by the constitutional and statutory framework. So within my research, I mainly identified that Uzbekistan basically challenged this kind of constitutionalism-related approach, and instead of relying on statutes, it quite often relies on the implicit and very broad executive powers, or executive bylaws, as I call them within my presentations. It's orders, directives, which are being issued by the cabinet of ministers, by different kind of profile ministers, or by the presidential authority. So I admit actually that this kind of approach is effective in terms of time. In terms of money, it might be time consuming. It actually saves lots of money to the government. But yet I think it's really dangerous, because the constitutionalism is additionally about shaping the kind of oversight mechanisms that would limit the supervisory powers of the executive bylaws. And as long as there are no this kind of supervisory mechanisms, here we got a kind of the danger for the constitutionalism. So, and my claim is that it may eventually lead to the abuse and unproportionate measures. And unfortunately, as the practice shows, that this kind of measures would be difficult or nearly impossible to revert by the legal means. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope there would be some chance to have a further discussion in Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ismatov. And I'd like to thank all three speakers for your insightful and passionate presentations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're running behind, so we're going to take only 10 minutes of break and then come back to 3:10 for the next session. Thank you very much, and we'll meet you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now we'll get session 3 started. This session is for Southeast Asia's hydrogen and electric vehicles. Now, the first speaker of this session is Professor Wahoo Yun Santoso at University of Gajah Mada, Faculty of Law. His presentation is about
good morning, ladies and good morning.
Excuse me. His presentation is about engineering legal framework for green energy and electric vehicles in Indonesia. Please welcome Professor Santoso.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, dear colleagues, and all participants in this ALIN conference. It is my pleasure and my honor to present before you in this prestigious event of ALIN. Then my name is Wahyu Santoso. I'm associate professor of environmental law in Faculty of Law, University of Gajah Mada, Indonesia. And then in this event, in this session, I would like to talk about the engineering legal framework for green energy and electric vehicles in Indonesia. I would like to start with the quote made by Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, of course, it is by purpose that I pick Schwarzenegger. And beside that, it is a very famous actor, but when he was governor in California, I believe he made several progress and significant progress to the environment. And he once said about the future is green energy, sustainability, renewable energy. And I think it is very, very significant, yeah, very important and very relatable, the quote made by him. So especially for our discussion, so I would like to talk about the outlines. We will talk about this at least five topics before we concluding the remark for my session. So let's go with the first aspect of it, legal framework of renewable energy development in Indonesia. So our main legal framework is Law Number 30, 2007 on energy. This law is quite a regulate generic aspect of energy, and then quote unquote, it is could be considered as an umbrella act for the energy in Indonesia. One of the main problem related to the renewable energy is there is no leg specialist yet, and then it is only a small part of this energy law that mandate the development of renewable energy. So it means this law right now is under consideration to be revised. Right now there is a draft made by Indonesian Senate representative to revise this law. However, then indeed the purpose of this law is quite important to the energy development in Indonesia. Because of this law, then we have this national energy policy and general plan for national energy. Yeah, even though it is often criticized that this law is very national, governmental based energy supply management, it does not create a significant portion from the private sector to join in the energy supply management in Indonesia. Aside that, the problem is on this law. Then on the law legal implementation, there is so many dynamics on the regional government aspect. Then this the local government authority mostly then became reduced from another sector regulation related to sectoral aspect of energy itself. And if we take a look about this graphic, we have so many potential. Yeah, and also we have Indonesia also have significant need to reduce the carbon emission, greenhouse gases emission level from energy sector, because it's give the second biggest of contribution for the total emission level in 2010. However, if we take a look from the right side of graphic, we can see that until 2050 projection, Indonesia will still mostly based on fossil fuel and also coal-based energy. And this, I think, one thing that should be underlined in the energy development in Indonesia. And then next slide, I think it's only to provide a global picture of our renewable energy potential. And then then we could go to the second aspect of our of my presentation is about critical issues and legal challenges for this energy development, mostly on the renewable energy development. First is we have this fake differentiation concept of new energy and renewable energy. I mean, yeah, I think most of you will understand that there is no legal term of new energy that is commonly applicable, because it's more on the renewable or non-renewable energy, right? Then the development of technology, then it's a part of the mechanism how to produce more or to manage more renewable energy. That should be like that. However, in Indonesia, our legal context then provide under the law number 30 2007 provide these two legal definition: new energy and renewable energy. In the implementation, then new energy then mostly regarded to the use of new technology for the development of non-renewable energy. So it's like a coal gasification or methane based coal, and then nuclear power. This is included in the new energy. So this very differentiation, of course, creates debate among scientists. And also we have Indonesia have very demanding coal-driven energy industry. We have 60% of our energy supply came from coal-based energy sources. So this is, I think, quite problematic. And the third one, as I said before, that the authority and involvement of regional government in energy sector in Indonesia is quite limited, and this is became additional problem if you take a look about there is no like specialist on renewable energy, and there is no specific management agency for renewable energy itself. For the public, we have a problem on the affordable access for public to renewable energy, as well as that we are lacking on the integrated economic instrument for renewable energy development. And then, so the next slide is only a comparison between Indonesia and a neighboring country, mostly Vietnam, Philippines, and Malaysia. I have this data from BNF and AFR. So Indonesia is quite depend on the fossil fuels energy, and we quite low on implementing and managing on the hydro and another renewable energy. This is data on 2009. I mean, compared to Vietnam, of course, we quite left behind on the development of hydro and renewable energy, because the capacity of total generation capacity for is quite similar, right, between Vietnam and Indonesia, but yet Indonesia is lacking for this. So I will jump into the next slide on our third aspect in my presentation about accelerating the utilization of EV. Indonesia still very low population of EV compared to total vehicles. And another in automotive industry, we don't have national automotive industry. So it is quite problematic when then from the fossil fuel automotive, then right now there is an urgent political change on how to develop and use or utilize electric vehicles, mostly on the governmental sector. However, then we really still depend on foreign and a major automotive brand in the world. So it is a very interesting aspect Indonesia. Then we have this President Regulation number 55 2019 concerning the acceleration of the electric vehicles, and then several aspects of it. However, on the electric vehicle, meaningful public dissemination on how the utilization, how to develop, and others is still quite lacking in here. And then the problem is don't let this stigma then happen. I mean, Indonesia, so many electric vehicles in the street, but then we are lacking on the supporting infrastructure. That would be a problem, as well as don't let it be that we produce our electricity still on the coal-based power plant, but then all the cars need that electric. So it means more electric vehicle. It means also more on the coal-based power plant. Yeah, indeed. In the very recent presidential regulation number 112 2022, the government has this commitment to give to produce the significant roadmap, yeah, for developing electric vehicles. And then the next topic about legal contextualization of hydrogen-based vehicles. Indonesia don't have yet any significant regulation, significant legal framework for this discussion. I mean, hydrogen is indeed still left behind from our public discourse, even though from the automotive industry, we already have this in the roadmap of Indonesian automotive industry to start using and utilize the hydrogen, especially after 2030. Right now, a combination hybrid concept of new energy hydrogen, but still lacking. Okay, so then my last slide to conclude the discussion today, that like specialist is necessary for Indonesia, especially to talk about to regulate on the renewable energy, and then reformulation of national energy policy is needed also, and then integrated framework policy is also significant as well, and then we have this need of public education, public dissemination on the electric vehicle, renewable energy, more and more, yeah, because I think this is still not being induced very well to the society. And the last thing, I think sustainable market and financial instrument is needed to sustain affordable electric vehicle for society, as well as to make sure that the utilization of electric vehicle is also in line with the progress of renewable energy development in Indonesia. So I think that's all. Thank you, my dear colleagues, for listening. So thank you and goodbye.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now we are going to go to Malaysia. Visiting Associate Professor Pardis Muslamzadeh Tehrani at the University of Malaya Faculty of Law. She is going to speak on the case of Malaysia. Please welcome.
I'm from Faculty of Law, University of Malaysia, and today I'm going to discuss and present my article on the topic of legal and policy framework on green energy in Malaysia with focus on hydrogen and electric vehicles. On this presentation, I'm going to discuss and explain about I will be starting with an overview of the current situation and prospect of electronic vehicles in the global standing and also in Malaysia. Then I will be discussing on the legal and policy framework on electronic vehicles, the policies and action plans, the challenges which existed in Malaysia and the strategies which have been taken by Malaysian government to tackle the problem. And then on the second part of the article, I will be covering the legal and policy framework on hydrogen vehicles. I will start it with the barriers and the application of the hydrogen vehicles in Malaysia. Then in the second part, I'm going to discuss about the strategies which have been taken by Malaysian government to tackle the problems of the application of the hydrogen vehicles. As you know, the severe impact of climate change on global crises such as food security, migration, and war, along with scientists warning about the urgency of a prompt response, have promoted the international community to focus on finding long-term and sustainable solutions. And since the transportation industry accounts for the largest portion of greenhouse gas emissions, numerous efforts have been made to find a functional and practical solution by various stakeholders such as government, the private sector, and research institution, and etc. So green or eco-friendly vehicles can be considered the result of such kind of effort. So there are challenges in the application of such vehicles which must be identified and addressed. And Malaysia has attempted to promote the development and use of environmentally friendly vehicles by implementing incentive policies over the past 20 years in an effort to preserve competitiveness in the automotive industry and lower greenhouse gas emissions. So the government has simultaneously established plans and regulations to address supply chain security and safety standards in collaboration with other stakeholders. So Malaysian government policies toward the automotive industry needs to be examined at three levels: international commitment, comprehensive national plan, and also automotive specific policies. On the global front, Malaysia is a party to various climate change and greenhouse gas emissions reduction conventions, such as the United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change, UNFCCC, and the Kyoto Protocol to UNFCCC. So, as a signatory to the Paris Agreement in August 2021, Malaysia amended its nationality determined contribution to UNFCCC, and in its third updated report indicated its aim unconditionally lower the economy's overall carbon industry by 45% by 2030 compared to the previous level in 2005. So at the national level, we can see that the national policy on climate change in Malaysia's most effective mitigation scheme, and this policy recognizes the importance of implementing both mitigation and adoption measures concurrently and in a balanced manner. So its a key action includes the development of national climate projection model to identify vulnerabilities, the promotion of renewable energy, and the sectoral policies. So currently 3 new or revised national action plans are being drafted for the national transport policy, including the national automotive policy, NAP, the National Biofuel Policy, NBP, and the third one is Low Carbon Mobility Blueprint, or LCMB. These action plans explicitly represent Malaysia's environmental economy approach to transportation and automotive industry. And all these are generally integrated and are in support of each other to achieve a low carbon mobility ecosystem for the country. So in the next section, I'm going to discuss about the legal and policy framework on electronic vehicle in Malaysia. And as you can see it in this slide, the market shares and available electronic vehicles models in Malaysia, despite being a leader in the car industry compared to other competitors in Southeast Asia in manufacturing conventional vehicles running with internal combustion engines. And so the EV market in Malaysia is dominated by foreign automotive manufacturer. The battery capacities available in Malaysian market is not that much. In 2020, there were only 5 new battery models available in Malaysian market. And same thing happened for the charging infrastructure. The LCMB outlined that the success and sustainability of the using EV in Malaysia depends on the deployment and development of EV charging infrastructure in this country. So there are challenges in applying the EV market in Malaysia. Through public and private participation, Malaysia has embarked on many initiatives to encourage the shift to electric mobility. However, there are still stumbling blocks along the way that needs to be addressed, mainly the lack of cohesive governance structure to fully support the whole EV ecosystem, insufficient technology and talent development to promote the localization of EV, low market penetration that is limited by consumers' perception, and less affordable model available in the market, as well as inadequate infrastructure development. And as you can see, the challenges and obstacles, including the high market price, and battery capacity, charging infrastructure, and also the last one is the safety, because the safety and risk measures in handling an EV can sometimes overwhelm potential users. Since the EV culture is new, there is less chance of being able to adequately maintain the users' vehicles at home, and is often the case with EV market inclusions. So there are some strategies and policies, and the discussion about the solution will mainly focus on the policies and goals that the Malaysian legislator has expressed in 2 documents, which is a NAP 2020 and LCMB. The first one is regarding the price of the electronic vehicles, which LCMB's first solution to reduce the price of EV to provide tax incentive. And then the second strategy to reduce the price and increase EV adoption penetration to support local manufacturing. And also regarding the EV batteries, in fact, the NAP 2020 considered the development of EV batteries technology part of the critical components for for the development of electronic vehicles. And for this purpose, NAP recommends that development that priorities in the first phase of 2022 to 2024. And also, again, LCMB acknowledged that the cost of EV technology is very much related to global EV battery prices. For the EV charging infrastructure, NAP 2020 considered the development of charging infrastructure in the first phase from 2020 to 2024, and also in the third phase from 2028 to 2030. And also LCMB also recommend necessary actions to achieve all these goals. Regarding the behavioral changes, also it emphasized on the role of government institution and government-linked companies. And so one of the this action plan considers government-led initiative in consumer communities, education, and public awareness by promoting the development of effective communication, education, and public awareness activities that create some kind of behavioral modification towards sustainable transport practice through the use of green vehicles. So regarding the safety, which is one of the most effective factors in encouraging users to adopt EV, is the use of safety features, and formulation of safety standards would improve the consumer's perceptions on their reliability. So these are the strategies and policies which initiated and have been taken by Malaysian government to tackle all the problems. On the next level, I'm going to discuss about the legal and policy framework on hydrogen vehicles. Fuel cells, which are highly efficient static electrochemical devices that convert the chemical energy from a fuel directly into electrical energy with low or zero carbon emissions, are used to harness the power of hydrogen. And hydrogen as a viable green alternative has gained traction among scholars. So the fuel cell market in Malaysia, still quite small, and substantial growth to the domestic market must be developed in order to ensure its significant contribution to Malaysia's energy mix in 2050. However, the commercialization and application of the hydrogen vehicles in Malaysia is not without problems and challenges. And in this section, I'm going to discuss about the barriers which existed in the application of the fuel cell vehicles in Malaysia, and also discuss about the strategies and policies to address these challenges. The biggest challenge in establishing the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles in Malaysia is to develop a large-scale supportive infrastructure in production, conversion, and storage technologies, which needed for energy application as existing commercially available hydrogen infrastructure. The next challenge is to bring the cost and price for the fuel cell vehicles down for potential consumers, and a lack of refueling stations, which are costly to build. In turn, it becomes an obstacle to the widespread adoption of the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. Additionally, there is a cost of the vehicles itself, which is significantly higher than the other counterparts, with even with significant subsidies. So in considering the application of fuel cell vehicles, one major reason behind the reluctance in shifting from fuel cell to alternative fuels and energy sources in Malaysia is the relatively low price of petrol and diesel fuel. Conversely, it's very difficult for any green alternative fuel to compete in the market given the current low price of petrol and diesel fuel in Malaysia. So there are some strategies and policies have been taken by Malaysian government to tackle these problems. Therefore, LCMB recommends a long-term strategy to ensure the successful adoption of the fuel cell vehicles. And this action plan proposed a conceptual framework with a three-phase approach to accomplish a hydrogen economy for the Malaysian market. In the first one, it addresses the development of a large-scale supportive infrastructure in production. In the phase two, once hydrogen production is at the mature level, the hydrogen should be used as fuel in internal combustion engines or burners. And phase three, it covers small-scale problem where hydrogen should be used as a fuel for automobiles, fuel cell combined heat and power as the energy storage. And in order to achieve all these goals, the blueprint also recommends some kind of solution under four heading: the low cost, reduced cost through production, the stakeholder support by having satisfactory local standards and policy structure, secure active involvement stakeholders. And the third point is the third solution, is the sustainability, which become a strong regional and regional market leader and have suitable alternative for conventional fuel cell. And finally, the public acceptance, which needs to be raised, the profile of fuel cell and having industry-centric project for fuel cell application. These are the strategies which have been taken by Malaysian government regarding the application of the fuel cell hydrogen electric vehicles in Malaysia. And finally, we reach to the conclusion of this study. As I explained earlier, Malaysia in the third update report indicated its aim to unconditionally lower the economy's overall carbon intensity by 45%. And over the past 2 decades, to achieve these to achieve the green growth, Malaysia has implemented policies under the National Transport Policy, which I've explained it earlier. Given the significant contribution of the transportation sector to the consumption of fossil fuel, Malaysia can achieve its target of a 45% reduction in greenhouse emissions by 2030 by accurately and promptly implementing policies related to the development and use of electronic vehicles and also fuel cell vehicles. And as we explained, you can see that all the policies have been placed and the government is trying to implementing all these policies. And this is also regarded as a significant factor in keeping the local and automotive industry competitive on a regional level. Despite the lead of Malaysia in manufacturing conventional vehicles, the markets of EV in Malaysia is dominated by foreign car manufacturer, and the development and application of EV in Malaysia face several challenges, mainly a lack of cohesive governance structure, insufficient technology to promote the localization of EV manufacturing. So Malaysia has applied different policies to address all these problems. And one of the more effective solution to reduce the EV price is to encourage local manufacturer and incite public adaptation was the tax incentive. So this is the end of my presentation, and I would love to answer your comments, feedbacks, and questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, we have Professor Emerson Santiago Banes at the University of the Philippines College of Law. His presentation is about Philippines electric vehicles law and policy. Please welcome.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to listen to my colleagues and share my own country's perspective on this very important topic. I will be talking about Philippine laws relevant to electric vehicles, EVs, as well as the EV industry. So here are the latest figures that I could find that would indicate the relative state of EV adoption as well as the scale of the Philippine EV industry. We have 54 automotive manufacturers or importers here in the Philippines, 11 parts manufacturers, 18 dealers and traders, only 19 charging stations, and 12,965 EVs, most of them in the form of very small cycles or a very small installed base of electric vehicle public utilities vehicles. We have a fledgling installed base as well as a very small support ecosystem. At the same time, we have recognized the potential of this space, and there is already sufficient legal justification, I think, to scale up our participation in the EV industry. So that is the humble starting point for our journey. And the Philippines intends to have a substantial participation in the EV supply chain. So that is a destination. We have a starting point now, and we have a destination. And then developments in the country's legal system can provide not only a policy justification, but also a mandate to invest in the EV industry. Each of the laws to be discussed can help get us from our very small, very humble starting point, from the starting point of a small, almost hobbyist EV industry to perhaps nationwide adoption and a more extensive support ecosystem for EVs. At the same time, the presence of the legal text alone is not enough. There is, of course, the ability to implement the law, which could come down to the availability of resources, institutional competence, culture, as well as political commitment. To reflect these factors, I am providing not only the title of the legal text, but a rough estimate as to the quality of and prospects of implementation indicated by color coding, from green, meaning high quality and high probability and consistency of implementation, to yellow, meaning some implementation issues are present, to red, meaning implementation can be uncertain. So first, there is the constitutional basis for the protection of the environment. Under the Philippine Constitution, we have a provision which provides that the state shall protect and advance the right of the people to a balanced and healthful ecology in accord with the rhythm and harmony of nature. So that really sounds like a lot. And for a while, it was thought that this was simply an aspirational policy that would not be enforceable unless Congress passes a law. However, our Supreme Court has ruled that this constitutional provision in and of itself is already self-executing and a source of rights that you can sue for in court. So there have been some high-profile environmental cases before the Supreme Court related to this constitutional provision. And while these cases provide highlights as well as fascinating case studies, recourse to the Supreme Court can lead to a bottleneck because the Supreme Court has to resolve so many other constitutional cases and cases of last resort. there have been few of these environmental cases that it could handle. So the Supreme Court may be aiming for, to normalize this type of litigation by issuing rules regarding the grant of special environmental writs called writs of kalikasan or writs of nature for the enforcement of the constitutional right to a balanced ecology. So over 100 trial courts have been designated as environmental courts for the application and pursuit of these writs. Next, we move on to the environmental laws and our environmental treaty commitments. So in the Philippines, we have listened to our scientists and we know firsthand how climate change can lead to more adverse weather effects. As a matter of law, through the Climate Change Act of 2009, we acknowledge the reality of climate change and the need to take steps, to slow it down, to reverse it if possible, and to mitigate its effects. The Philippines is likewise a party to the Doha Amendment to the Kyoto Protocol, as well as the Paris Agreement. And in pursuit of this, in 2021, the Philippines submitted, as part of its commitment to the Paris Agreement, its nationally determined contribution. Our NDC reflects our commitment to reduce the country's greenhouse gas emissions by 75% relative to the business as usual scenario by 2030. Then, the Philippines has also passed laws relevant to development of clean, renewable energy through both the Electric Power Industry Restructuring Act as well as the Renewable Energy Act, which have defined and recognized renewable energy sources and providing incentives at both the supply and demand side. So for the Electric Power Industry Restructuring Act, or EPIRA, it requires a minimum percentage of renewable energy in the power sector portfolio to be determined on a per grid basis. So this metric, called the Renewable Portfolio Standard, currently requires power utilities to increase by 1% every year from 2020 to 2030 the portion of their energy supplies from renewable energy sources. Renewable energy developers also enjoy favorable rates as well as priority for connection, transmission, and purchase. For end users, they may also enter into net metering agreements so that they not only use renewable energy sources, but they are free to resell it to the grid. Under the Renewable Energy Act, it provides for fiscal incentives for renewable energy developers. Such incentives include income tax holiday for 7 years, duty-free importation, special royalty tax rates for their installations, net operating loss carryover, direct cash incentives in some cases, as well as tax exemption on their carbon credit sales. Next, we have the laws that are relevant to the transition from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles. So the Electric Vehicles Industry Act, Development Act, or EVIDA, lapsed into law on April 15, 2022. Consistent with earlier environmental and energy laws, the EVIDA seeks to reduce reliance on fossil fuels and promote clean, sustainable, and efficient energy use. So the law recognizes and regulates the local EV industry and aims to develop it to become more robust and more competitive at the international scale. So under the EVIDA, it defines an electric vehicle as a vehicle with at least one electric drive for vehicle propulsion. So the term can include battery electric vehicles. If it's an electrically propelled vehicle with only a traction battery as power source. It can include a hybrid electric vehicle, which is a vehicle with both rechargeable energy storage and fuel power source for propulsion. It includes a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, an HEV with rechargeable energy storage system that can be charged from an external electric energy source. There is also a classification for a light electric vehicle, such as electric scooters or electric bicycles. That vehicles that weigh less than 50 kilograms. Note that although none of the above definitions mention hydrogen fuel vehicles, right? The legislative record is silent as to whether or not Congress intended to exclude hydrogen EVs from the ambit of the law. The law doesn't also provide for any instruction as to development of a hydrogen fuel infrastructure. There is indication that the government considers it as a separate and more experimental form of propulsion. So the EVIDA also contains fiscal incentives for those who would develop infrastructure, the related infrastructure. There would be tax holidays, tax deductions, and tax credits. There would be a reduced corporate income tax, and in some cases, direct fiscal support. Right? For importers of electric vehicles and related components, there is excise tax exemption, as well as exemption from duties. There is also fiscal incentives for users, ranging from a discount on motor vehicles, as well as discounts on the vehicle user charge. It's a special tax imposed on anyone using automobiles here in the Philippines. And there will also be discounts on vehicle registration and inspection fees. Right. And then there are various non-fiscal incentives, such as priority registration, priority renewal of registration, and issuance of a special type of vehicle plates, exemption from the mandatory unified vehicular volume reduction program. Here in the Philippines, we have a program where only some vehicles are allowed, depending on their plate number, to be used on certain days. Right? It's a way to reduce traffic. So electric vehicles will be exempted from this scheme. And then there will also be expeditious processing of applications and renewals for the franchise to operate public utility vehicles in case the public utility vehicle operator exclusively utilizes electric vehicles. So the Philippines does not have laws directly governing the use of internal combustion engines or requiring that they be phased out. Although it does have the Clean Air Act, which is supposed to limit the air emission levels for cars. Implementation of this law has been poor and uneven, however, especially when it comes to imposing it on the especially when it comes to imposing it on the artisanally manufactured jeepneys. So these jeepneys are customized autobuses based on World War II American Jeep chassis. These are ubiquitous, so it's the colorful vehicle that you see to the left side of your screen. And this is the backbone of our public transportation system. especially in our cities. They are something of a cultural artifact as well. They're supposed to be artworks. They reflect, our capacity for improvisation, right? But when you look at it objectively, though, these are terrible vehicles. They don't have pollution controls. Most of them have old, poorly maintained diesel engines. They don't have anti-lock brakes, and they don't have their body construction does not allow for safe crumple zones. The Philippines has undertaken an effort to modernize the jeepney, replacing them with what you see on the right side of the screen, with electric vehicles, or at least vehicles that are compatible with the Euro 4 standard, right? However, the jeepney modernization program has fallen short of its goals. And since it is only based on an administrative rather than legislative order, there is uncertainty as to whether or not the new administration will follow through with the program, continue with the program. Because as you can imagine, it can be very unpopular with jeepney drivers and operators. The EVIDA also requires the government, in consultation with the private sector, to develop a comprehensive roadmap for the electric vehicles industry, or CREVI, with specific plans to grow the local EV industry along the following dimensions. So, the EV installed base itself, as well as charging stations, plans for manufacturing, plans for research and development, as well as human resources development. So there is supposed to be a comprehensive plan, right, with specific programs and activities that are funded in order to grow the EV industry. However, they have yet to issue the CREVI. Finally, we discuss the law and policies related to waste management, particularly of batteries and other e-waste, which are at the end of the EV life cycle. So both the EVIDA and laws concerning waste management provide sufficient basis for treatment, for the differential treatment of batteries and e-waste. Consumers and local governments and offices have to handle these forms of waste separately from ordinary residential and commercial waste. Despite the legal and policy justification, however, the government has not established a comprehensive logistical chain for e-waste. There is some indication that we don't even have a complete picture as to the sources and the pathway that the e-waste go through. There is already a draft policy that contemplates the concept of extended producer responsibility for e-waste. So under this concept, battery manufacturers can have operational and financial responsibilities throughout the life cycle of their products. So the proposed guidelines would require manufacturers, along with other producers in the same product category, to set up a waste management system operator, a centralized nonprofit entity jointly charged with the producers in developing, implementing, and monitoring a waste management plan. So this is where we are now in our journey towards developing an EV installed base and an EV industry. There is a strong commitment to the environment, a fledgling but active EV industry, and we now have a legal framework to develop that industry. What we need is to stay the course, to actually follow up on the development of specific programs and activities that are supposed to be included in the CREVI. We need to follow up, the release of the CREVI. There is also this challenge amidst a fiscally difficult post-COVID economy against holding back or suspending fiscal incentives, as well as direct investments. It may seem difficult to contemplate giving incentives, giving tax holidays amidst the difficulty of raising revenue that we need to recover post-COVID. But we have to stay the course. We have to remain committed to providing these incentives. The hope is that as we emerge from the crisis, we continue to look at EVs and the EV infrastructure as a new way to build our economy. This ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Panez. The last speaker of Southeast Asia is research fellow Nguyen Tudong and Chuti Tanan at the Institute of State and Law in Vietnam. These two speakers will split the 15 minutes and present together. Please welcome.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Dung from Institute of State and Law, Vietnam. Today, I and my colleagues, Ms. Oline, are going to talk about legal and policy framework on electric and hydrogen vehicle in Vietnam. I will talk about the first part on electric vehicle, and then Ms. Oline will talk about the second part on hydrogen vehicle and solution. In my section, I will start with taking a glance at electric vehicle markets and the policy on internal combustion engine vehicle. And then I will look at some legal aspects such as subsidy for importer, buyer, or charging station and battery. Now, let's move to the first issue of my talk, which is about electric vehicle markets in Vietnam. In terms of electric car, under the Ministry of Industry and Trade, in 2019, there were about 140 vehicles. In 2020, it's increased to 900 vehicles, and by the end of the first quarter of 2021, there was more 600 vehicles. Before 2020, VinFast and VinBus are the only two companies that have announced their plan to produce electric cars and electric buses. However, after 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, many other car manufacturers have entered the markets like Porsche Vietnam, Taco, Hyundai. The participation of such companies has been creating a positive signal about development of electric car markets in Vietnam. Oppositely, electric two-wheel vehicle has been used quite commonly in Vietnam. According to the data from the Market Management Department, there was about 3 million vehicles, and estimated number will be nearly 27 million vehicles in 2030. In 2022, with the high gasoline price, it is forecasted that the number will explode in the near future. Regarding internal combustion engines, on the one hand, Vietnam increased environmental standards under the Euro standards. Take a look at this table. For example, from the 1st January 2022, environmental standard for newly manufactured cars and motorcycles were level 5, which is equivalent with Euro 5 standards. On the other hand, in 2022, Vietnam issued a strategy to restrict to produce and use fossil fuel vehicles. Accordingly, from 2031 to 2040, it will limit and proceed to stop the production, assembly, and import of car, motorcycle using fossil fuel. By 2050, 100% of the vehicle will convert to use electricity and green energy. Now, let's turn to the next issue, which is overall the legal framework and policy on electric vehicles. Up to now, there was no comprehensive and detailed plan exclusively for the development of electric vehicles in Vietnam. In practice, general orientations for promoting development of electric vehicles have been integrated in policy on environmental protection, sustainable development, energy development, and transport development. The environmental protection policies is an example in the table. If you look at it, you will see some general orientations such as creating preferential policies to encourage the development of vehicles using renewable energy, low fuel consumption, low emission, and no emission, or formulating and implementing a roadmap to convert and eliminate fossil fuel using means. Now, I'd like to look at some legal aspects on electric vehicle in Vietnam. To begin with, subsidies for importer, producer, and buyer. For producer and importer, under Vietnamese law, automobile manufacturing will enjoy the corporate income tax rate of 10% for a period of 50 years, while the usual tax rate is 2%. In terms of the import tax from the 10 July 2020, the import tax rate on some raw material had generally been reduced to 0%. The project on electric bus will enjoy a preferential loan from the Vietnamese Development Bank. And the maximum loan amount is 70% of the total investment capital for the maximum period of 50 years. For buyer, the special consumption tax is reduced. Please look at the table. The start for battery-powered electric car with license or less is reduced from 50% to 3%. In addition, the registration fee for electric car is 0% within 3 years and apply from the 1st March 2022. In the next 2 years, this fee will be equal to 50% of the fossil fuel car with the same chip. For customer who use buses, prepared was for children under 6 years old and people with a severe disability, or reducing ticket prices for the elderly, student who are Vietnamese. But this policy is applied for both fossil fuel buses and electric buses. Now, I'd like to move on to charging station system. The charging station system has not been developed in Vietnam. In practice, several pilot programs have been implemented. For example, the Bull Environment Protection has set up free charging station for electric bicycle in Hanoi since 2016. Or since November 2018, a free charging station system for electric motorbike has been installed by VinFast at VinMart convenience store. Regarding policy at the national level, the strategy on developing the clean fuel automobile industry is in process of being consulted and proposed by stakeholders. However, up to now, there is no official document related to the planning for development of the public charging station system, as well as specific policy to encourage the private sector to participate in the construction of the system. On the local level, Da Nang is now the first city to have a planning of charging station. In terms of regulation, there are no regulation on technical on charging station. The building and operating a charging station is under regulation on electricity and other relevant documents in general, like other projects. Now, I'd like to turn to battery. In terms of market, battery for car and motorbike are expected to continue to increase by from 10 to 50% annually. In terms of the policy, the development strategy of Vietnam chemical industry 2030 with a vision to 2040, continuing to orient the development of chemical power sources to increase the output of the common battery. In Vietnam, there are currently no official statistics on e-waste in general and waste battery in particular. This fact is because Vietnam does not have an electronic waste monitoring and tracking system. At the same time, the recycling of e-waste is carried out in the mixture of informal and formal facilities. For regulation, waste batteries are listed in hazardous waste group. Attended production responsibility (EPR) were regulated in the Law on Environment Protection 2020. They will carry out EPR from the 1st January 2024. If you look at this table, the recycling rate of the lead battery is 12%, and the main recycling solution are recovery release as the raw material for the other industry or commercial acids sulfate production. In terms of subsidies for battery recycling projects, like other projects, they will enjoy a loan with a maximum preferential interest rate of not no more than 50% of the credit interest rate and not exceed 70% of the total investment capital. They will enjoy the corporate income tax rate of 10% for a period of 50 years. This project will be prioritized to allocated land fund attached technical infrastructure works such as road, electricity, water supply, and communication energy. Overall, policy and legal framework on electric vehicle development now is integrated in many general regulations on environment protection, chemical development, transportation development. So, the lack of comprehensive policies and legal framework is a huge challenge in Vietnam. The issue will be analyzed more detail in Ms. Arn's section. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Arn to continue to the second part of the presentation. Thank you for listening.
In part 2, I will introduce the legal and policy framework for hydrogen vehicle in Vietnam, and then I will draw some conclusions for both electric and hydrogen vehicles. Hydrogen technologies is at a very early stage of development in Vietnam. Only gray and brown hydrogen have been produced with quite moderate outputs, whereas green hydrogen facilities and hydrogen vehicle market do not exist yet. However, there are great potentials for the establishment of hydrogen vehicle market in the future. The strong government commitment to achieve net zero by 2050 will boost the energy transition process in Vietnam. Vietnam has great advantages in green hydrogen production, which are fast-growing renewable energy sector and possible source of natural hydrogen. Evidently, several hydrogen energy projects were announced recently. And finally, as indicated in the chart, transportation is projected to claim the highest demand in hydrogen energy among potential industries in the period of 2035 and 2050. These conditions will serve as the foundations for the establishment of Vietnam's hydrogen vehicle market in the future. Hydrogen energies were first mentioned in the resolution number 55 of the Politburo in 2020. Further elaborations of hydrogen energy development and production are then specified in documents issued by the government and the prime ministers. Regarding transportation sector, the Ministry of Transportation is assigned to develop and implement measures to encourage vehicles using renewable and green energy. Earlier this year, the Prime Minister issued a decision to promote the use of eco-friendly vehicles, including vehicles powered by hydrogen energy, and it approved the action program for the green energy transition in transportation, with specific milestones for urban traffic. From 2021, hydrogen energy technology falls under the list of high technologies prioritized for development investment. Accordingly, hydrogen vehicle manufacturing projects shall enjoy a number of investment incentives, including tax incentives and financial support in form of preferential loans, preferential interest rates, and funding support from the National High-Tech Development Program. Overall, some challenges to the Vietnamese legal and policy framework for electric and hydrogen vehicles can be found as follows. Lack of an overall strategy on electric vehicle development, incomplete system of standards and technical regulations on various issues such as fast charging system, safety requirements for electric buses and self-driving cars, safety and technical requirements for battery recycling, and so on. There is a lack of a specific program of the government support to target consumers as well as encourage manufacturers and importers. Another shortcoming is a lack of planning and legal regulations on service development of charging stations for electric vehicles. There are challenges to take EPR of producers and importers because there is no regulation on supporting the implementation of waste battery treatment trials, with sanctions for violations, and the problem of informal waste battery recycling sector. Finally, the development of hydrogen technology remains in policy statements rather than legal provisions for its realization. There is no specific mention of hydrogen vehicle in the official documents on transportation or development toward net zero goal. Therefore, the policy and legal regulations in this field are somehow unclear. And that is the end of the presentation. All comments and questions are welcome. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, all speakers, for this informative and interesting sessions. Now, the final presentation session is on East Asia. We have 3 speakers on this session. The first speaker is Associate Professor Alexander Svetolicini at the University of Macau Faculty of Law. He is going to present on case of China. Please welcome.
Hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to contribute to the works of the 18th International Conference of the Asia Legal Information Network, entitled Legal and Policy Framework on Green Energy with a Focus on Hydrogen and Electric Vehicles, which is organized and hosted by the Korea Legislation Research Institute. I will present the major features of China's legal and policy framework for the new energy vehicles. We will start from the concept of ecological civilization, which was unveiled at the 19th National Congress of the CPC in 2017. This ideology calls for a comprehensive reform of the energy production and consumption patterns to make it cleaner, low carbon, safe, and efficient. The domestic policy agenda includes the following objectives: reform of the energy sector, strengthening of the environmental protection, combating climate change, and promoting decarbonization. On the international arena, China is supporting global climate change efforts while protecting its economic development goals by taking a rigid stance against legally binding commitments, including the CO2 emission targets. China ratified the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Kyoto Protocol. The PRC has joined the Copenhagen Accord and ratified the Paris Agreement. In 2020, at the United Nations General Assembly, the Chinese President Xi Jinping announced China's nationally determined contributions of peaking CO2 emissions by 2030 and achieving carbon neutrality by 2060. New commitments were also notified by China under the Paris Agreement in 2021. After obtaining the amendments of certain phase-out of coal and fossil fuel subsidies, China has also joined the 2021 Glasgow Climate Pact. So the international commitments and domestic policy developments demonstrate that the development of the new energy vehicle sector appeared at the intersection of several strategic objectives of China's energy, climate change, and environmental protection policies, guided by the ecological civilization ideology. It conditioned high levels of governmental support and coordination of the NEV industry. The adoption and implementation of the NEV-related policies are characterized by involving numerous governmental departments. For example, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, which is in charge of industry standardization, the Ministry of Science and Technology, which is responsible for numerous pilot projects, the National Development and Reform Commission, which leads the market development of the NEVs, the Ministry of Finance, which affords financial support to the NEV sector, and several other agencies. To ensure the coordination among these institutions, the State Council has provided a mechanism called the Energy Conservation and New Energy Automobile Industry Development Interdepartmental Joint Conference. The NEV industry development in China passed through several phases, characterized by various priorities in regulation and support rendered by the authorities. The initial phase, from 2001 to 2005, focused on research and development before the domestically manufactured NEVs have been placed on the market. The period of 2006 to 2010 witnessed emphasis on the industrial features of the NEVs. The NDRC has issued rules on certification of the NEV manufacturers. The Ministry of Science and Technology has launched a pilot program for the support for the development and use of NEVs in the selected cities. Then the period of 2011 to 2015 can be labeled as a rapid expansion of the NEV industry, which was stimulated by the State Council decision to accelerate the development of strategic industries. So the 12th five-year plan, which covers the period from 2011 to 2015, designated the NEV manufacturing as a strategic emerging industry, covering plug-in hybrid vehicles, pure electric vehicles, and fuel cell vehicles. During 2016 to 2020, China abolished foreign investment restrictions in relation to NEV manufacturing. The State Council also issued a specialized plan covering the period from 2021 to 2035 to develop a globally competitive NEV industry with cutting-edge technologies and recognizable brands, and transition to mainstream sales of NEVs. The evolution of government support policies can be also traced through the NEV subsidy scheme. The electric vehicle subsidy scheme phase 1 was implemented during the period from 2009 to 2012, and initially it was limited to public procurement in pilot cities. Then, in 2010, it was extended to private purchases of the NEVs in pilot cities and lasted until 2012. During 2013 to 2015, the subsidy scheme phase 2 covered both public and private purchasers. From 2016 to 2020, the subsidy rates for the NEVs were gradually reduced. For example, the subsidy rates in 2019 and 2020 were reduced by 40% in relation to the 2016 levels. In 2021, a further subsidy reduction was implemented, and for the further stages covering the period from 2021 to 2035, the above-mentioned plan provides that it will shift the state support from purchase subsidies to tax exemptions and various other incentives for charging, parking, and recycling of power batteries. At the same time, the purchase subsidies, although in a reduced form, were extended until 2023. While the subsidies worked well at the initial stage of the NEV promotion, the subsequent growth of this segment of the automotive market will largely depend on the availability of the charging facilities. And since 2015, the State Council has issued guidance to accelerate the construction of the electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Another important issue was the manufacturing and recycling of power batteries, and in 2015, the NDRC has issued a technical policy to guide manufacturers regarding the design, production, and recycling of electric vehicle batteries, and the establishment of the upstream and downstream linkages in the power battery recycling system. In 2018, several government departments have launched a pilot program to establish the whole product life cycle traceability system for the batteries. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology imposed an extended producer responsibility on the battery manufacturers. So in 2021, the battery manufacturers were required to adopt a cascade utilization of the NEV batteries to develop a closed-loop recycling for their batteries. When it comes to hydrogen, we should note that the hydrogen began to feature in the relevant legal and policy documents only relatively recently. In 2019, hydrogen was recognized as an energy source in the energy law, and in 2020, the NDRC designated it as a strategic emerging industry in its policy documents. In 2020, the white paper released by the State Council promoted the development of hydrogen technologies, and the development plan for the new energy vehicle industry, which covers the period from 2021 to 2035, provided support for the fuel cell vehicle application technologies, such as hydrogen energy storage and transportation. In 2021, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development issued technical standards for FCV charging stations. In 2022, the NDRC and the National Energy Administration issued a specialized medium and long-term plan for hydrogen energy industry development. It covers the period from 2021 to 2035, and it focuses the government support on the research and development activities and the establishment of the industrial platforms, as well as to channel the governmental support towards medium and heavy vehicles with hydrogen fuel cells. To summarize, the fight against pollution and climate change have firmly become strategic priorities in the PRC's domestic and international policy agendas under the broader theme of ecological civilization. Starting in early 2000s, China's NEV industry has passed through several phases of its evolution, with government support policies ranging from investment in research and development to subsidies and other incentives for purchases of passenger NEVs. As the NEV markets matured, the government support has shifted from manufacturing and marketing to innovation and infrastructure. When it comes to hydrogen, the hydrogen-powered vehicles, or FCVs, have been developed at a somewhat slower pace due to the lag in technical solutions and costs of producing, transporting, storing, and fueling these FCVs. Despite the recurrent challenges, such as access to the requisite technologies, occasional local protectionism tendencies on the domestic market for the NEVs, and uncertainties related to the participation of foreign investors in China's automotive sector, the strong governmental support and guidance in the development and promotion of new energy vehicles and fuel cell vehicles in particular are likely to continue. I would like to conclude here and thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our discussion during the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, next speaker is Mungoljin Juljagal, researcher at the National Legal Institute of Mongolia. She's going to present on the case of Mongolia. Please welcome Professor Juljagal.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mungoljin, and I'm the researcher of National Legal Institute of Mongolia. And today I'm going to talk about legal and policy framework on green energy with a focus on hydrogen and electric vehicles. Specifically, I will talk about more on the case of Mongolia. So basically, my presentation outline consists of introduction, legal framework and policy framework on green energy and internal combustion engines phase out, and electric vehicles, including charging station and battery, and green hydrogen case in Mongolia. And then finally, I will conclude this presentation in my final slide. So basically, as you all know, that many countries are experiencing substantial growth in development and highly urbanization. However, it leads to significant threats to the environment and quality of life and health. For example, Mongolia is well known for rapidly developing countries, but in certain areas of Mongolia, including the Ulaanbaatar, which is the capital city of Mongolia, is now facing the big struggle of air pollution. So, as you can see from my slide, there is the sources are air pollution in Ulaanbaatar is shown, and the main component of air pollution comes from the hill areas, because in winter times people are burning raw coal to stay warm, and the 20% of the sources of air pollution comes from the passenger vehicles, as you can see, and the growing number of car ownership leads to also significant threats to the environment, and the remaining part of the air pollution comes from the power plant and others. So, as you can see, the 20% of the passenger vehicles are the major is one of the major issues to prevent air pollution. So if major efforts and policies aren't made to address the air pollution and greenhouse gases from the transportation sectors, it has a negative impact not only on climate change, but also to people's health, economic productivity, and all other aspects of sustainability. So in regarding to the international legal framework in environmental management, Mongolia has ratified 14 UN and international treaties and conventions. As you can see from this slide, there are Convention on Biological Diversity and UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, Kyoto Protocol, and UN Convention on Combating Desertification and Convention on the Protection of Wetlands of International Importance, and so on. So basically, the Mongolia is not obliged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from these conventions, but under the Paris Agreement, Mongolia is obliged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by reaching this certain target. And also, there are the national policy framework, and it should be noted that we do not have the current legislation or law that governs the environmental management and climate change as a whole, but we do have the Constitution. The specific article of the Constitution states that the citizens' right, and it states that the right to health and safe environment and to be protected against the environmental pollution and ecological imbalance. So basically, this article provides the big foundation of the states and the government's duty to provide the effective policy implementation to reduce air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. So even though we don't have the legislation to govern the climate change environment and environmental management, except the Constitution, we do have these current policy frameworks, including the Vision 2050, Mongolian Sustainable Development Vision, a National Action Program on Climate Change, and Green Development Policies. So Mongolia has developed and is implementing greenhouse gas mitigation policies and strategies, as you can see from this slide. Mongolia does not have specific law on climate change, but Mongolian government puts so much attention to fulfill its international obligations. For example, sustainable development visions. In sustainable development vision, its main goal is to create the opportunity for improving sustainability, preserving ecosystem, and maintaining. So the overall these policy frameworks regulates the actions and plans for climate change and reduction of gas emissions. These national frameworks does not explicitly focusing on reducing diesel cars, but there is a policy which is called the National Transport Strategy for Mongolia, and its main objectives are to improve efficient management of traffic and to expand public transportation and to promote full efficient cars. So through these policy frameworks, there is internal combustion engines phase-out plan, but as you know that recently many countries have announced the phase-out plans to ban the sales of new diesel cars. However, this such a phase-out plan is not yet implemented in Mongolia because Mongolia has specific barriers for implementation of adopting this phase-out plan because of the lack of financial and technical resources and high costs and infrastructures have been a major constraints. So currently, our current situation is that out of all imported vehicles, only 14% are the new cars and the remaining are the second-hand cars. So our second-hand car market is very big. So because of that, the government prioritized the policy to ban imported vehicles made prior to 2010, and vehicles used for public transport for over 12 years from the manufacturing date will be eliminated. And there's also another measure move is that the ban of right-hand drive vehicles, because the Mongolian second-hand car market is very dominated by right-hand cars, but it brings the big challenge for safety requirements and others, so that the government there is a certain people are trying to draft the law to ban the right-hand drive vehicles, but it hasn't passed by the government yet. But there is a movement to restrict these cars, these type of cars. So now we are not focusing to ban the total sales of diesel cars, but we are trying to ban the old cars and second-hand diesel cars in recent years. So in terms of electric vehicles policy support, the electric vehicles are uncharged from the road user fees and driving limitations. And also, excise duty rate on electric vehicles is very low compared to the rate on gasoline and diesel fuel. So in terms of statistics, in 2017, a total of 74 fully electric vehicles are registered in the country. However, this number has dramatically increased to 498 registered electric vehicles in recent years. However, it should be noted that even though electric vehicles is not commonly used in Mongolia as developed countries, the hybrid cars are becoming very popular in Mongolia because it is very efficient and conventional vehicles due to regenerative braking and shutting off the engines during the evening. According to these statistics, hybrid cars are made up about 13% of the cars on automatic roads, and this level could be increased because of the growing trend of importing used hybrid cars from Japan as a result of the favorable trade agreements and falling prices and rising supply in Japan's second-hand market. So the reason why the electric vehicles is not commonly used in Mongolia is that there are only 10 public chargers in Ulaanbaatar as a whole. For example, there's a charging station installed under the Peace Bridge in central Ulaanbaatar. However, this low number of charging stations leads to lack of consumer confidence in battery reliability and insufficient charging infrastructure. So we can see that because of the low facilities and infrastructures of electric vehicles, the electric vehicles is not commonly used in Mongolia. So in terms of battery, there's a research done by Tohoku University to predicting the battery number in Mongolia. So according to this research, since the Japanese second-hand cars highly exported to Mongolia, there will be huge amount of battery will be disposed in Mongolia. In addition, according to that research, the number of end-of-life HV battery should be around 21,000 to 30,000 in 2020, and will expand to 89,000 to 107,000 in 2030. So therefore, but we do not have the facility or manufacturer to reuse these batteries, so that we are exporting these already used batteries to China. However, this study has suggested that there is possible solution that the number of reused batteries will be largely reduced when reuse technology policy is implemented in Mongolia. So, in terms of green hydrogen and vehicles in Mongolia, so basically, hydrogen cars are to be an alternative potential replacement of conventional fossil internal combustion engine vehicles. These vehicles have zero emissions, but the hydrogen can be produced from the various sources, including fossil fuel, electrolyzed water with electricity, and the environmental impact and the energy efficiency of hydrogen depends on how it's produced. Since hydrogen does not directly contribute to emissions, the hydrogen cars is well introduced in worldwide. However, in Mongolia, hydrogen cars is not commonly used and it's not well introduced because of the lack of policy implementation and infrastructure system. So, however, in terms of policy, there's a certain policies that is called the National Laws on Energy Licensing of Renewable Energy and the State Policy on Energy. So all of these main objectives of the policies are focused around the key aspects, and first ensuring energy security and ensuring sustainability of energy sector and from an energy exporter in the midterm. So, however, this green hydrogen isn't currently included directly in Mongolia's energy or climate policies framework, but certain scholars and scientists highlights that, for example, the researchers from German New Climate Institute says that the Mongolia can be a nation with the abundant potential for producing portable green hydrogen because of its high level of renewable energy source. For example, particularly in South Pole region, it provides the favorable condition for green hydrogen production. So there is a high level of possibility of producing green hydrogen, and also there is a high level of demand established for hydrogen vehicles in terms of mining sector. So in mining sector, it requires very big, expensive, dirty diesel cars. However, the hydrogen-powered fuel cell vehicles might be an appropriate solution to cut the emission in the mining industry in Mongolia. So, in conclusion, so the green hydrogen could be produced in Mongolia at relatively very low cost, and the green hydrogen may be particularly promising for heavy-duty transport in the mining sector, and it can be one of the zero technology options for public transport in Ulaanbaatar. So in my conclusion, I would like to conclude that electric vehicles have great potentials to decouple fossil fuels and reduce energy consumption in the transport sector. It's one of the options for long-term effort towards the sustainability. And also hydrogen cars are not common and well introduced in Mongolia, but there is potential for production, and it is already established. There is a highly established demand in certain sectors, including mining sector. So current policies that not specifically target electric and hydrogen vehicles, but aims to more broadly stimulate the production of and the demand for the carbon neutral technologies. So the scholars highlight that Mongolia should consider policies aiming to phase out the use of carbon-intensive technologies. More specifically, Mongolia should not view electric and hydrogen vehicles as a direct substitute to internal combustion engines, but should rather consider it as one of the several potential carbonization options. So here is the end of my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now, the last speaker of this session is Dr. Hyung-gun Kim, Senior Research Fellow at the Korea Legislation Research Institute. He's going to speak on current status of laws on electric vehicles and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles in Korea, and he's going to join on the stage. Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Hyung-gun Kim, and I am a Senior Research Fellow at KLI. Since we are a bit behind the schedule, I will go ahead with my presentation. The title of my presentation is Current Status of Laws on Electric Vehicles and Hydrogen Fuel Cell Vehicles in Korea. My presentation today will briefly touch number one, recent trends in eco-friendly motor vehicle registration in Korea. Number two, Korean government's policy framework on support for the supply of eco-friendly motor vehicles. And number three, current status of laws on electric vehicles and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. First, I will begin with the statistics. As of December 2021, 24.91 million more vehicles were registered in Korea, and among them, 1.16 million are eco-friendly motor vehicles. In other words, electric vehicles, hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, and hybrid vehicles. Compared to the previous year, the number of electric vehicles increased by 71.5%. The number of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles increased by 77.9%, and the number of hybrid vehicles increased by 34.7%. This table shows how the number of registered motor vehicles and eco-friendly motor vehicles have grown in the recent years. As you can see, about 4.7% of registered motor vehicles in Korea are eco-friendly motor vehicles. At this point, they are mostly hybrid, but EVs and FCVs are also increasing fast. Now I will go with the policy framework. The Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy must every 5 years establish a master plan for promoting the development and distribution of eco-friendly motor vehicles under the Act on Promotion of Development and Distribution of Eco-Friendly Motor Vehicles. The master plan includes basic direction settings for the development and distribution of eco-friendly motor vehicles, medium and long-term goals, and matters concerning the construction of infrastructure, and so on and so forth. At the moment, we have the fourth master plan in play, which targets basically two policy goals. One is to increase cumulative supply of eco-friendly motor vehicles from 4.7% at the end of 2021 to about 30% by the end of 2030, which means about 7.85 million units of eco-friendly motor vehicles will be on the road in Korea. The other is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in automobiles from 73 million tons to 55.7 million tons by year 2030, which means about 24% of greenhouse gas emissions in automobiles will be reduced if compared to the ones of 2017. The fourth master plan has set 3 implementing strategies. First, establishing a social system accelerating the spread of eco-friendly motor vehicles. Second, developing the carbon neutral era through technological innovation. And the third, accelerating the transition to a carbon neutral industrial ecosystem. Then I will focus and take a closer look at the first implementing strategy, the establishment of social system accelerating the spread of eco-friendly motor vehicles. As you can see, it breaks into 3 detailed strategies. First, Korean government plans to boost the supply speed of eco-friendly motor vehicles by solving the 3 major tasks of demand, convenience, and price. Second, the Korean government plans to foster the hybrid vehicle industry as a realistic alternative to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Third, Korean government plans to establish institutional foundation that substantially implements the carbon neutrality. If you look closely, the first strategy, there will be 3 more detailed targets. For demand, we are generating massive demand in public and private sectors and facilitating the transition of commercial vehicles to eco-friendly vehicles. For convenience section, setting up charging stations for EVs and FCVs intensively at the right time and at the right time in the right place. And for the price matters, gaining competitive edge in vehicle price and fuel costs at the level of internal combustion engine vehicles. And these are even more detailed policy measures for the implementation. I will go with a couple of things, a couple of those policy measures. See, for example, increasing the mandatory purchase ratio of EVs and FCVs in the public sector, basically the state, local governments, public institutions. and introducing purchase targets for eco-friendly motor vehicles to passenger transport business, car rental business, and taxi transportation business, and etc. And also increasing purchase subsidies for EV taxis and cargo trucks, introducing purchase subsidies for certain types of FCB cargo trucks, providing fuel subsidies for commercial FCVs, and other incentives. And also setting up more than 500,000 EV charging stations centering on living stronghold, which means residence and workplace, by increasing the mandatory installation ratio. And then also, we would like to set up 17,000 EV charging stations centering on moving stronghold, means highway rest area, by 2025. And establishing more than 630 hybrid gas stations by installing EV chargers in accessible gas stations. And also setting up 310 FCV charging stations by 2022 and 450 charging stations by 2025. And from 2022, it is mandatory for public buildings to install at least 5% of the total parking spaces as exclusive parking spaces for eco-friendly motor vehicles. And also reducing the price of EVs and FCVs based on the localization of core parts and process innovation. And also we have a couple of pilot project ongoing now, battery lease pilot projects, and also hydrogen fuel cell lease pilot projects. And there will be more detailed measures for the implementation, but I will skip all the others. Then now we are moving to the current status of laws. So basically there are more laws, but I picked 4 main legislations which is provide main provisions on EVs and FCVs. First, Act on Promotion of Development and Distribution of Eco-Friendly Motor Vehicles. This law was first enacted in October 2004 to establish and implement a comprehensive plan and policy to promote the development and distribution of eco-friendly motor vehicles, and partially amended several times thereafter. The last amendment was made in July 2021. The following are the main provisions of the Act: the master plan to promote a development and distribution of eco-friendly motor vehicles and its implementation plans. And also it provides a legal basis for support for charging station and support for purchaser or owner of eco-friendly motor vehicles. It provides for obligation of public institutions to purchase eco-friendly motor vehicles, purchase target for eco-friendly motor vehicles, and exclusive parking space for eco-friendly motor vehicles. And the next law is Hydrogen Economy Promotion and Hydrogen Safety Management Act. This law was first enacted last year, actually, and then to establish the foundation for facilitating the implementation of hydrogen economy, promoting the systematic development of hydrogen industry, and prescribing matters related to the safety management of hydrogen. As far as I know, this is one of the first law enacted in the world and it has provided for the following matters, like support for hydrogen specialized enterprises, subsidies and loans for hydrogen specialized enterprises, reduction of or exemption from taxes and charges for hydrogen specialized enterprises, installation of hydrogen fuel supply facilities, designation of hydrogen specialized complex, execution of pilot project, establishment of natural gas rate system for hydrogen generation. Then the next is Clean Air Conservation Act. This law was first enacted in 1991 to prevent air pollution, which causes harm to people and the environment, and to manage and conserve atmospheric environment in a proper and sustainable manner. Partially and wholly, this one was amended a number of times thereafter, and the last one was made in June 2022. This law is not originally for the EVs and FCVs, but it has many relevant provisions, such as operation of low-emission motor vehicles, supply of low-emission motor vehicles, and transfer or trade of records of supply of low-emission motor vehicles, and contributions for supply of low-emission motor vehicles, purchase or rental of low-emission motor vehicles, plans for purchasing and or renting low-emission motor vehicles, records for purchasing or renting low-emission motor vehicles. And also, provisions of information related to low-emission motor vehicles and establishment of plans for placement of hydrogen fuel supply facilities. And also it has provisions related to control of greenhouse gas emissions from motor vehicles. The last legislation that I would like to introduce to you is Act on Resource Circulation of Electrical and Electronic Equipment and Vehicles. This law was first enacted in April 2007 and to, among other things, facilitate recycling of electrical and electronic equipment as well as vehicles by establishing a resource recycling system for the efficient use of resources. This law also was amended several times, and the last one was also made in June 2022. And this also has somewhat relevant provisions with EVs and FCVs, such as establishment and operation of the base center for future waste resources collection. This is basically for a collection of waste batteries. And also it has many provisions related to recycling of end-of-life vehicles. And there's another law called Waste Control Act, but this is just a small part of the provisions, so I would skip this one. And the policy framework and the policy implementation measures that I mentioned before are either codified in those 4 laws or have their legal basis in those 4 laws. And also the Korean government at the moment is preparing another sets of law amendments, especially regarding the promotion of reuse and recycling of waste car batteries. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. And then I'd like to thank all speakers for insightful presentations. Now we're going to take a short break, a 10 minutes break, and we'll be back for discussion session, 5:15. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now we are reaching the final discussion session of the day. Thank you very much all speakers for having been waited so long. Now we have all speakers ready and then connected live for discussion and Q&A. And now I would like to introduce you the moderator who facilitates this discussion. Please welcome Senior Foreign Attorney Seung-kyo Lee at Bae, Kim, and Lee LLC.
So thank you for inviting me as a moderator for a very important discussion. But these days we are interested in this kind of energy, environmental friendly sector. It is very grateful to join the discussion. Before we start discussion, I would like to invite the two speakers. One is Hyung-gun Kim, as you already saw in his presentation, and other speaker is Hyun-chul Kang, is Vice President of KLRI. So that they will join this discussion for sharing our good, knowledge and our perspective of legal system. Overall, is very grateful to join the discussion. As you know, environmental friendly energy industry is very important and regarded as the fate of mankind and considered very worldwide issues. That's the reason why this kind of issues and concern originate from Kyoto Protocol and eventually implemented Paris Agreement as well. So in this context, the energy system of a country, I think, is not a problem of one country, but the problem of neighboring countries, and even furthermore, is the issue of worldwide. In that regard, we would like to we should focus on these very important issues because it's our destiny we will face in the future. I think this kind of atmosphere and in legal sector, so conventionally the law or regulation gives some discipline or to maintain our society. But in this sector, like an environmental friendly energy sector, such kind of law and regulation of environmental friendly energy sector is quite different from conventional purpose in legal aspect. In that regard, legal aspect of environmental friendly legal system maybe should focus on the setting up the guideline or some perspective of each country's legal system. In that regard, we should consider some other parties who are interested in the specific industry and consider the lot of stakeholders. So commonly, based on such consensus of all of interested party, we should set up the legal system. And if so, we need to get some support of all of our society or community members. In that regard, so this opportunity to look around some legal system or policy, the legal framework of environmental friendly is very meaningful to us. So, we are facing very serious energy crisis these days. So this kind of crisis, make us delay to develop of our, legal or policy framework these days. But while our process may be delayed or postponed, during this time, we should regard this opportunity to look around or share our knowledge to set up the best practice for our future. In that regard, I think with this in mind, I would like to start our discussion to find best practice and share our knowledge of past samples. Due to time constraint, I should treat some question first regarding the Australian regulation. It's a quite bit complicated, so please excuse me in explain in Korean.
So in your presentation, you introduced the ongoing High Court litigation on the states levying special excise tax on EV owners. Of course, we Korean people also pay petroleum tax so that the tax revenue can be used to maintain our road network. But if the EV owners do not pay the petroleum tax, they do not make contribution to the maintenance of our road network. However, I don't think it's right to levy additional or different excise tax to EV owners. Maybe we could have different ways to have them or have the EV owners to make contribution to the maintenance of road network. We may want to levy carbon tax to EV owners, and we want to make sure that incentives are provided so that EV owners, or there will be increasing number of EV owners. And at the same time, we want to phase out the internal combustion engines. So what's your take on the appropriate tax scheme in order to promote the adoption of EVs?
Obviously, that is a highly political question as to what one would prefer in terms of financing the road systems on which both combustion engine cars, electric cars, whatever car, hydrogen-driven fuel cell cars ride. So the roads have to be built, the infrastructure has to be maintained, and the question is, how do you finance it? Now, the proposal in the state legislation here in Australia is not to put an extra levy on electric vehicles. It is just to, if you will, find a way for them to contribute, because they do not contribute in the standard way, and the standard way to contribute to that is via the fuel excise tax. The constitutional question does not evolve around the environmental questions raised. It merely is a federal argument whether the states can do that, or whether that is an excise tax indeed, in which case only the federal legislature can levy such a duty. So the environmental background policy considerations actually are irrelevant. What is relevant is who has the power to do it. And if we can only speculate that in the current political climate, if that power were to be exclusively vested in the federal government, right now, we would not have such a charge. And then perhaps they would look at other ways to make electric vehicles contribute. I don't think that the carbon tax would be the way, because electric vehicles don't produce any carbon. And therefore, that's the sole reason for having them. So one would either have to say that is a subsidy, and for the time being, we're granting a privilege to electric vehicle owners as an incentive to buy an electric vehicle for not having to pay excise as an indirect subsidy. Or if you want to treat insofar as the road network is concerned everybody equal, then find some other charge to put on electric vehicles. From a logical perspective, those are your only two options. From a policy perspective, of course, it depends on one's preferences with regard to the maintenance, development, and of the road network.
I see. From Australian speaker's perspective, it depends on the policy maker's perspective, and yeah, from legal perspective, there is only two options to charge. So the usage of load or some other things. In that regard, it depends on how policymakers rely or control the environmental and climate issue. So yeah, time constraint, the question regarding Australian legal framework is, handled first, and other than, so from now on, we will have time to share or some question or give some comments. Please, join our discussion freely. Yes? Go ahead.
I'm Professor Dr. Taslima Mansoor from Bangladesh. I was, going through all the presentations was fantastic. It was really nicely done, but it put me in a doubt whether it is actually viable to use the eco-friendly vehicles when so many hindrances and problems are there, from production, manufacturing, from charging stations, from wastage management, legal implementation, taxes, enforcement of taxes, good governance, which has been pointed out by my student very nicely, who's a professor of University of Malaya. So, Irshadul Karim, and about politicization, so many things comes in. So, how it is viable to use the eco-friendly vehicles? So it causes the doubt in my mind, what to do. What is the measure actually should be taken? Thank you.
So I'm not sure whether you asked to whom? Any specific?
I asked Irshadul Karim from University of Malaya.
Yeah. Please kindly answer to that question.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. Taslima Mansoor. It's really nice to see you after a long time. Okay, so when we presented, when I studied the position of Bangladesh, the main issue was that we are now using all these reconditioned cars. And then the government, after signing the Paris Agreement, the government has introduced some incentives. Now, because Bangladesh is not producing cars, then Bangladesh is importing all these reconditioned cars from different parts of the world, basically from Japan and Korea. Then we have other continental cars also. So gradually, when all those countries, they will be producing these electric vehicles, then Bangladesh will have no other choice to import all those things. And gradually, the government needs to introduce all this infrastructure also. And you can see that there are actually, the government has started to take so many initiatives. And at a certain point of time, because we are not producing the cars, we will not have any other alternative. So in any case, in order to, because these cars run on the spare parts or all those things, because Bangladesh is not producing. So you will not have any other alternative. And right now, I know that the situation is not in our favor, but we are targeting 2035, when in the Europe and other parts of the world, there will not be any more ICE vehicles, these fossil fuel run vehicles. And so I believe that by that time, Bangladesh will also introduce all those things, all those facilities, charging stations, and then spare parts, and then other registration system. Everything will be done. So we still have around 15 years, and I believe, and that's what our automobile policy, that the government is also expecting that 50% of all the cars will be electric vehicles or hybrid cars, and the market is growing very fast. Day by day. In my study, I explained that the market increased by 154%, meaning that the people are actually supportive. The consumers are welcoming this kind of introduction of this kind of cars. And initially, we did not have many cars, but then gradually with the support of the government, and then with the availability of the infrastructure, then the availability of the service, all these things. So even though right now it may seem that it is not viable, but if you consider the success story of hybrid cars, then we can be very hopeful that, and Bangladeshi people, as you know, we welcome innovations, right? So we love new kind of technologies, and that is what I mentioned in my paper, that culturally we are advanced and we support these new kind of technologies, and we love to use new kind of technologies. So even though right now it may seem that not viable, but gradually we still have 2035. I'm very hopeful that it can be achieved, and we can see more and more electric vehicles in the cities of Dhaka and other parts of the country. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm also hopeful for Bangladesh.
Any other question or comment on our discussion topics? Maybe the question raised by Kazakhstan speaker Sharmans Bayapul Marat Alandagovich. Sorry to speak in a long way. So would you kindly raise the question to whom? Yeah, please.
Yes, you see, I want to say just a few words about my impressions of the conference, and then I want to put just 2 short questions, if you don't mind. So I am so satisfied with the presentations of all speakers of our scientific conference. I'm sure that our conference will be a contribution to solve ecological problems in our Asian continent and in our Asian countries. So we should cooperate with each other on these issues. And I'm very grateful to the Korean organizers who organized very interesting and deep intellectual conference. Thank you for all of you concerning these matters. So, and now my 2 short questions. So the first question is, I want to put to Muhammad Ershadul Karim. He is from Bangladesh. So you talk about green energy, you see? And this, please tell me if there are hydrogen cars in Indonesia, not in Bangladesh. And if not, what are the country's plans for the hydrogen industry and hydrogen car building? This is the question for Bangladesh colleague. And another question I will put just when he answered this question.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, would you kindly answer to the question? So Bangladeshian is Karim, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question, Professor. In the context of Bangladesh, we really do not have many things to report about hydrogen car or hydrogen industry. Bangladesh has just started the process, and the government has taken only 1 project. And this is still, I would not say that it's still in the pilot stage. So it is basically like a scientific project. So to the best of my knowledge, we have only 1 hydrogen car that was imported for this research purpose. So if you, if you want to know about Bangladesh's position, I would say for the time being.
Thank you very much. And another question to our colleague from Philippines, Emerson Danes. In your presentation, you talk about environmental laws and treaties. I am interested in the term treaties. By this term, you mean the internal treaties of the country or international treaties to which the Philippines has acceded. Please expand this term in a few words, please.
So please answer to the question from Philippine, Banez Emerson, please.
Thank you very much, Professor. By treaty obligations, I mean our obligations according to international legal instruments. So this could include what we formally define as treaties under the Vienna Convention. Those that require ratification by our legislative. So they are considered on equal terms with local legislation. But they also the term also applies to executive agreements, those that require only accession and not ratification. These also have the force of law in our country. Although, of course, when it comes to a priority and binding effect, what would be prioritized are those that require ratification.
Thank you very much. I am satisfied with two speakers who answered my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the answer from Emerson Banez. Any other question from any other speakers? Any other, Yes, please go ahead, Cambodian speaker.
Okay, so thank you very much for inviting international conference. I would love to Professor Sivakumar presented the 26th largest electricity production in the world. I want to know from the government strategy how to.
Yes, Professor I am happy to see you again. So very good question. You must be knowing our policy formulating agency of Government of India is NITI Aayog. Earlier it was Planning Commission of India. We had a study with the Rocky Mountain Institute, I have stated in my presentation also, of United States. And then we formulated a policy saying that starting from 24 to 30, we have to shift this into electric vehicle. And in 30, we are planning to sell only electric vehicles. That is the line of policy making we are going ahead. You must be knowing, no, we are not allowing diesel cars more than 10 years to continue, and also petrol cars more than 15 years. We are strictly implemented that aspect. Then we are encouraging hybrid vehicles also. Now we are going ahead with a line of 30. We expect it to reduce into, or only we will sell electric vehicles. Maybe I think maybe now just like you and me, it's a hypothetical thing, but we are going in that line. I hope we can achieve that by 30, because with a strong will, the Government of India is working towards that line to save the other forms of energy to the electrical energy. I think I have.
Okay, thank you for your speech and an answer, Siva Kumar. So, any other questions? Yes, go ahead and please speak a question from Santoso.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think my question focused to Professor Jung-Gun Kim, but if any of you have respond for that, I think will be very pleased about that. I would like to highlight what Professor Jurgen mentioned earlier about that the electric vehicles or green energy development is really related to the policy, right? The policy and the political position and political bargain of the government. And my question is, how about in Korea, South Korea, when in your presentation from Jung-Gun Kim, it's quite progressive, the development of the electric vehicles as well as the green energy movement in there. But can you describe a little bit of historical flashback perhaps about the political bargaining when or in the initiation of that? Because in Indonesia, for example, as I present previously, Indonesia quite have a good eagerness to support the electric vehicle. Even last September, in the middle of September, our president gave an instruction for every official government to gradually replace their official cars, official vehicles into electric vehicles. But to some extent, it is very political because first we don't have enough infrastructure yet. But then Indonesia next month we will be the home for a G20 conference, right? G20 activities. So we want to show a very good practices on developing green energy. So it is more political, related to the relevant to the how our infrastructure is developed, rather than a legal basis or something like that. And perhaps you could explain a little bit of historical background on the development in Korea. Thank you.
Who can answer to this question?
Professor Jung-Gun Kim.
Hi, this is Dr. Kim again. I'm afraid that I'm not the right person to ask that question, but as far as I know, the Koreans actually move fast. That's one of our people's characteristics. And for the background or history of such policy decisions, I think it aligns with the industry that we have. So the Hyundai, one of the car makers that we have in Korea, they are one of the first car makers which manufactured hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, and they are the leading the industry. And also I mean, it's political in one sense, but on the other hand, the society have to support that sort of policy decisions. And I don't know why and how, but we decided to go that direction long ago. That's the reason why we have the law enacted in early 2000s. And also, that's one of the reasons that we have hydrogen act, hydrogen law. So the society and the government both are in consensus in a way to go that direction. and that makes the government easier to make such a decision. And that's all I can tell right now at the moment. Thank you.
So if I have a chance to add some more, so in order to implement, precisely, Korean government from the beginning set up some plan that was made by all of stakeholders, maybe regarding the EV, some regulation. It will happen almost 10 years ago. So at the time, so most stakeholders, especially with regard to EVs, the Hyundai Motors and the Kias, some other car manufacturer, so they make some consensus to implement some legal framework. So even it was very first stage. At the time, so Korean government made some guideline. Yeah, mostly it was focused on some research and development, R&D, how to make EVs efficiently work or drive, regardless of some policy or legal framework. After that, so nature of master plan was slowly changed to focus on the practical issues, because after such kind of planning, such kind of conducting, we already set or really can made some certain types of EVs. And yeah, these days, so master plan will change on to facilitate EV, something like that. For example, give some subsidies and setting up the infrastructure. So all of some residence complex should set up. So EV charging place, something like that. So I think most important is making some master plan from the beginning with stakeholders or other parties who are interested in such industry. And then, so as time goes by, and Mr. Kim already said to you, such kind of master plan, so periodically, revised or developed according to the development stage of technical issues. So it might be changed in that regard. I think in that sense, and energy industry, as I said to you, is mainly handled by government at first stage, because it's kind of comprehensive, comprehensive industry sector. In that regard, without some specific government support, through some master plan, something like that, it may be very difficult to make all of private enterprise, some other some car factory manufacturer to join the industry. In that regard, master plan, the setting up at early stage with lots of stakeholders. Eventually, if we have some consensus, it can be implemented rapidly. Okay. Speakers, we only got 3 minutes, so if any other speakers have some question to specific speakers? If so, I would like to briefly introduce, the master plan regarding the, current legal framework in Korea. So such master plan is covering some basic direction of, eco industry. And the second one is how to facilitate, how to implement it, such a plan. And then other sector is some financial subsidies or support from government. And fifth is kind of, so the regulation, there might be some other stakeholders have some, future's perspective. So and then periodically, I think it might be 5 years, periodically such master plan was revised, updated. Yeah, it might be very, some predictable, because from stakeholders' perspective, all a plan, even as a law or regulation, it might be predictable, so they can, prepare for following the such, path, something like that. I think in order to read by government with using establishment or enacting a regulation or law, so master plan, it might be very crucial from my perspective. So any other questions? Yes, I think we only just got 1 minute, so I would like to wrap up this discussion. So I think this opportunity gave us lots of, insight or good lessons that we should care for our, environmentally friendly industry. So I hope that all speakers, have some good tips and lessons from our presentation or discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and all speakers for participating in this discussion session. Thanks again, and I believe it has been a very long day, and I believe many of you will feel the same way, and then probably you're all ready to call it a day right now. So thanks again for coming and attending the 18th Asia Legal Information Network International Conference. And then also, thanks for your presentations and then participations. And then we are gonna wrap it up with the closing remarks of Vice President, KLI Vice President Hyun-Chul Kang.
예, 오늘 아침
So I'd like to thank everyone for joining us for the 18th ALIN General Meeting and the International Conference. I think we had a really fruitful discussions on this year's topic. And it was a really good opportunity to meet with you, and having this conversation was really a good experience for me. I look forward to meeting you, hopefully in person in Taiwan. And before that, I hope that there will be also a lot of interactions with you about our joint activities so that we will continue to have close cooperation. Once again, thank you all very much for your participation for this international conference. Thank you.
Gentlemen, with this, we are concluding the 18th Asia Legal Information Network's International Conference. Thank you very much, and I will see you next year.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
See you next
Bye-bye.
time. It was very nice to meet you all.
Bye.
Hope to meet you in Taiwan.
Yeah, see you in Taiwan.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye.